Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. At 9 o'clock kind of snuck up on me. First of all, yes and yes, thank you. That means you can hear me and see my screen. And one more adjustment I have to do in the background, and I'll get ready to start talking about some of the things that are happening this morning. Okay, so I guess the big news, my goodness, look at this. Imagine if you were holding TPTX, and we've seen TPTX over the last little while being pretty active. Anyway, TPTX just received a buyout from Bristol Myers, BMY. Look at, again, it's amazing to me in this day and age that there was no inkling this was going to happen. Look at the daily chart. I mean, look at this daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, really nothing to suggest that there was going to be a big buyout in store, but I mean, that's like a double over a double. I mean, that is quite the premium they are paying. So, and then there was another way smaller one. This is another buyout merger, SRLP. SRLP agreement to be acquired by, who's doing it by? It looks like probably a private company, Hartree Partners. So there's a couple of buyouts. So what else is happening? Yeah, this AMLX. So they did have some FDA news, I think an extension of the review process. So AMLX has popped on that news. 2.9 million shares have traded already, 10th of the float. And when you look at AMLX, let's see, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, very close, 1373, and then the week before that was 1439. So maybe some resistance coming into some resistance right now. OKTA is an earnings play. OKTA is an earnings play. And it had gapped up and it's still up. It's up 14%. However, it has pulled back quite a bit, 110 down to 107 now. So with the market, we're in for a negative open, a pretty big negative open actually. So again, my bias is always going to be to short these tops. So OKTA, though it's funny, yesterday we had a couple that just ran after, I think, a pullback in the first 15 minutes, kind of like Chewy and Pure Storage. Once they pulled back after the first 15 minutes, they kind of ran all day. Joan. Haven't seen this one for a while. Retailer, earnings play, could be an all-time low. Yes, this is an all-time low. So Joan is an earnings play. JOAN is an earnings play. All-time low right now. Not very much volume. They released their earnings after hours. You can see the big gap down after hours, and it has held that gap. STNE is another earnings play. I know Real's been talking about this one. STNE is an earnings play. But boy, it's really pulling back. Another one that is really pulling back. I think it hit a high in the pre-market or after hours around 13. So it's about $1.50 below that and starting to sink. So again, we'll just have to wait and see. It's not a low float, but about a quarter of a billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this, but it is a big gap up, but fading now. And yeah, lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, about 4.5 million. ASAN is another earnings play, another gap down on earnings. I haven't checked at 9:10. I'll be checking my and briefing.com, the upgrades and downgrades. Real said that there's a bunch of downgrades for ASAN. So this is another earnings play and almost an all-time low. This has just been thumped for the last few months. Just thumped. Imagine that, 144.22. SOPA, some kind of an acquisition, I think, in Singapore. I kind of read it, seems to cover every single sector, Bitcoin, this and that. So anyway, SOPA, SOPA. And when you look left, this does have some room up to 3. You look left on that daily chart, there's some room to 3, I suppose. It's a relatively low float, definitely a low float, 15.3 in the float, 15.3 million in the float. This is also shortable for me. EFOI. EFOI. I don't think there's any specific news to it that I can see. EFOI, but up 24%. This has been an active trader 2 days ago. It did get up to $1.65, pulled back to 125, got all the way down almost to under $1 yesterday. So this is really all over the place, but another low float situation. But I don't see any specific news on it for today. And crowdsource, CrowdStrike, earnings play. This is down, an earnings play. This is down. Actually, it's funny because when I saw it, I think I may have caught that little spike up. Did I say it's an E gap down? Yeah, it's still an E gap down. So again, when you see E gap, that means it's an earnings gap, just an abbreviation for earnings gap down. So there is a CRWD, and this is an earnings play, and it is gapping down. The low of yesterday was 160.99, so it's quite a bit above that low still. And VAX, let's take a look at, well, Bristol Myers had no reaction whatsoever. FDA staff says Novavax vaccines lowers COVID risk, so that can't be the news. I'm just looking at the news. Yeah, so I mean that obviously cannot be the reason, because that news looks pretty good. So yeah, maybe Real's right. I don't know. Look at Bristol Myers though, BMY. You would not even didn't even budge. You know, off 53 cents on that acquisition. Obviously, just I don't know. Is it all cash? $4.1 billion. $76 a share. I'm just trying to see. We Yeah, so they're going to use cash on hand. So this is a all cash transaction to take over TPTX by Bristol Myers, BMY, and has not budged. Nice to have all that cash. Are you kidding me? They got 4 billion, 4 billion in cash. Wow. William, I want you to analyze that for me, please. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday. Now, guys, I am actually going to pay a lot more attention to the biggest losers and biggest gainers today. And so I might be a little more distracted looking at my other scans. I'm going to start to really pay attention to those, especially after the first 15 minutes, and maybe even make a symbol instead of the top ones on both sides, and then track those all day long. So this is going to be a bit of an experiment for me today. Can't remember if I mentioned Marigold, MGLD. I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I did. This is another big gap up, guys. Marigold, MGLD. I don't see any specific news on it. I always hesitate because I keep scanning the headlines to see if I see something popping in, but I don't. But that's a lot of volume. 7 million in the float. There's got to be some reason. We certainly don't have. Yeah, I don't see any specific news today for MGLD. And of course, SIGA. Real's been talking about SIGA also. SIGA. Yeah, when I looked at it, it was up here. Again, very, very, very tough trader, guys. I mean, if you're going to take this one at all during the day, in my opinion, you just can't take too many shares because otherwise, well, if you have some kind of money management technique, because you're going to have a stop, and because this is so wild, your stop may have to be a lot wider than you normally would do, which means you have to take fewer shares. But and of course, the other one got very lucky again. I consider it lucky again, the RPTX. So at the end of the day, I was actually considering holding this one a little bit. I traded this. I think I traded this about 5 times yesterday. 3 times. One time was quite good. A couple of times were and twice some small losses. But at the end of the day, I did okay. Was thinking, would I hold just a piece of it? But then this started happening at 345, so I dumped everything. And this is the RPTX. Of course, I had all sorts of action yesterday. And it wouldn't surprise me if it starts moving again today. What did it get? The high, it was over 13. Yeah, it was 1368. That got a little exciting right here, though. I mean, this was a huge, huge move in the last half hour. All right, time is it? 9:13. Okay, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if we can see all those downgrades for ASAN. All right, here are some of the upgrades coming in. Again, this is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Good morning, Nathne, in our YouTube room. Okay, there are the upgrades. I see, let's see, an upgrade for Portland General, POR by Goldman. Let's take a look and see if anything's happening with that one. POR, and nothing, not yet anyway. So those are the upgrades, and now I'll get the downgrades in. Isn't that funny? I see not even one downgrade for ASAN. A few more downgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades, and TRV was downgraded by Goldman. Let's see if anything's happening with TRV. A little bit of move. I'm surprised this is up so much. Okay, insurance company. Okay. All right, 9:16. Let's take a quick look at the sectors. So again, we're in for a yeah, pretty negative open. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then sector status. And let's take a look. I think oil went crazy last night, didn't it? Up $5 or something like that. I guess not, or maybe it's dropping now. Anyway, so we have not even energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Let me just do a quick look. I thought I could have sworn I read some kind of, or maybe that was yesterday's move. Funny, for years I never even looked at the price of oil, but okay. So crude is up a little and Brent is up a little, just but no great moves in either. Both have 117. So what you're saying here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see these percentages, what does it mean? It means that only 25% of them are above yesterday's close as we speak. That's what that percentage means. So, you can just look, there's not one strong, not even energy. Many times we'll see 100% for energy and when the rest of the sectors are all down. So there is not one strong sector to begin with. Now, of course, what can happen is I'll look at this in a different way, maybe half an hour from now, and it'll be the change from the open. So we'll see if any of the sectors are rallying the change from the open. You're talking about these topping tails, real? Yes, the on the SPY, or you're talking about something else? Oh, Joey, I don't know. On the web-based version, I really don't know. I apologize. I have no experience with the web-based version. I don't think there's nothing to update. No. So if you're not seeing it, then it just means that it's just not available in the web-based version. What time is it right now? 9:20. Let me see if I can even find the web-based version, load it and see what I see. Sector status. Okay, so this is what you were talking about. Yeah, you don't see that. Now, I have no idea. I'm really sorry. I have no idea if it's just not available in the web-based version. The other thing too is that I would adjust this though, the time frame, make it live always. Yeah, because what the way it is structured right now is that it is only it's frozen at the close of yesterday. But I guess it doesn't exist on the web-based version. Okay. I'll do it for you. Let me just, I'll contact somebody. Just give me a moment here. Actually, you know what? You do it also, support, because I had to get them to do it on our downloadable. Support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and say that the time frame should be live always. That's what you want to say for the sectors. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? Do you see this one? Well, it is really starting to drift down now, though. BTMD, this is a Bitcoin play. Actually, it's not a Bitcoin play. I could have thought it was a Bitcoin play just because of BT starting. Okay, so BTMD, this looks like this was probably a SPAC that turned into BTMD. It must have had some kind of news after hours yesterday. Had a big pop after hours. This is not shortable for me. It's drifting down now though. And this is the BTMD. Just looking to see if there's any sort of news that hit after hours. I just don't see any. And what happened to my race there? Okay, sorry guys, I'm just checking to see where that race went into, where it disappeared. Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay, looking at AMLX starting to fade here a bit. Not shortable for me. I think it was earlier, but it's not now. AMLX market is in for a pretty decent thumping on the open. The red candles forming. Okay, for the RPTX, I have to reset some of my price alerts. If it gets up over 13 again later on in the day, actually what I'm going to do is bring up my price alerts window. Get rid of all these. That'll clean up the chart. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1290, see if it gets back up in that range later on. Look at the volume it had yesterday, 36 million. Yeah, 36 million shares traded yesterday with a 29 million float. So about 1.25 the float. Yeah, what did he say? Something like demand is outstripping supply. And some of those, the global supply issues. So I don't know, maybe this is the reason for the Novavax. 6 cases of myocarditis, etc., occurred after Novavax COVID vaccine administration. I mean, maybe that's the reason for the downturn. All right, guys, getting close to the open and the end of this trading week. Another minute and a half to go before the 9:30 open. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, we have less than a minute to this open. And again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to, well, I don't tend to, like to see things settle down just a little bit. I'm not anxious to take a trade right off the bat. And my soapbox, if you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade for the first 30 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. Don't get so hung up on, oh my gosh, look at that one is running and I'm not in it. IOVA, guys, is just making a little move here. IOVA is making a little bit of a move here. IOVA, a little bit of a move. Just seeing this, just coming into one of my scans. All right, we are now open. Okay, grab on the way down. GR8, whoop, well, there you go. You see, look at that bottoming tail, then pop right back up. But anyway, grab. Just looking at some of the ones early that are making it into that biggest losers list. CHPT. EFOI, okay, STNE, are you bouncing? A little bit of a bounce, but that's quite the fade from 1261 all the way down to 1125. Even if you discount that topping tail from 12 down to 11. Snap, I know it had a downgrade yesterday. Snap, SNAP, a little move down for Snap. All right, so yes, so we've got tech down big, 200, Dow down 260, the SPY is down. So again, Big negative open to start. STNE is really giving it up. I mean, we'll just go negative. Amazing, isn't it? Big pop after hours, all the way up to 13 something, right down to 11 now. As Real said, looked like the earnings release was pretty good. But again, with this market, look at AI, guys. AI is, AI was the one yesterday that had a tremendous run. It's actually up now, tremendous run. It got down to 15. It closed up at 1780. It was an earnings play. Looked like it was a disaster at the beginning, but basically all day just recovered all day, almost closed near the high of the day. So there's the ASAN, guys. ASAN. What is the next low looking left? So we're at 2120. Let's take a look. Yesterday, 2104. So it has to take that out. 2086. There's a low there. 2082, 2072, and then after that, 1941. So you know what? I'll put an alert around 2072 and see if it takes that out later on. This is an earnings play. So I'm just going to stick an alert. Couldn't quite eyeball it, so I'm going to type it in 2072 for the ASAN and see if it takes that out later. But look at the market. Look at that first candle. So far is green. So far, green candle. So that might help the STNE on a bounce. There's a big bottoming tail there. But it is early. Okay, IOVA. Now, IOVA, take a look at IOVA. So 791 and 749. So it's too bad this was all here. Imagine if this was a straight shot to 15. But we do have a high looking left of 749 and then one at 791. So kind of close. Obviously, if it can somehow today or next week clear 791, look at the potential gap fill. And that is for the IOVA. And again, I don't see any specific news on IOVA. Well, look at Canopy, CGC, basically an all-time low now, CGC. Boy, a lot of my thumbnail charts are all sinking. Yesterday we had Path as an earnings play. Path is sinking. Chewy, CHWY. And we have our first halt of the day. BQ just got halted. What could this one possibly do? Look at the potential gap fill. BQ just got halted at $2.60. Not a low float. Has earnings next week. Is that what it was? Thank you, Kessa. VTNR is moving down a little bit here. This is just showing up on the biggest losers, but again, this is early. There's So I don't know. Well, I guess it's going to affect. I mean, if you guys read what's happening in New York State, they're really clamping down on well, the miners, the Bitcoin miners, electricity use, etc. They're really clamping down on it, and who knows? Maybe other states will follow. I guess the Northeast is one of the biggest areas for this activity, and they're just clamping down on it. So this is probably what is Bitcoin doing right now? Yeah, look at Bitcoin. Yeah, Riot, Mara, and that's why. Wayfair on the way down here. Wayfair, W. All right, so that was a green candle for a while. I mean, it's still green, that first opening 15-minute SPY candle, but there's a topping tail, so the sellers are trying to knock it down. Oh man, look at PLTR. Look at PLTR. Yeah, this MLX is still strong. Not really a big pullback. The next high, 1394 was last month's high. And before that, it was 1439. So 14 could really stall it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Volume coming into SIGA, but again, very, very erratic trader. But there's the volume coming into SIGA. MPW on the way down. Just waiting for that first 15 minutes to clear, and then I'll really start to take a look at some of these. Okay, BQ just opened, and what did it open at? BQ really no big pop. It was halted at 260, and it really didn't pop much. Well, actually, I guess it did briefly up to 290, and it's pulled back. Okay, so BQ, this was the news. This is pre-market news for BQ following effective ADS ratio change from has the same effect as a 1-for-6 reverse split. All right. Wow, look at RPTX now, guys. RPTX. It's still, as I said, I thought it would still be alive today, but let's see if it can take out 13. Had the big news yesterday, $150 million upfront payment from Roche. I'm just surprised it didn't do more. All right, that was a big topping tail now for the SPY. So look at the SPY. It looked like we had a glimmer of hope on that opening 15-minute candle. We got it up to here. That was all green. Now it's actually red. So no bounce yet in the market. Lucky you, Zach. I have no shorts for that one. AMLX. Well, this is a little bit unusual. Normally I get something in the new highs or the new lows, the basic new highs or new lows in the first 15 minutes, but so far nothing. These two windows will not start to get any data until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I like to have a delay in these two windows until at least 9:45, just to try to let things settle down a little bit. Remember I was saying Chewy was dropping? It's classic. I mean, CHWY. So there's that first, remember it got down to 27.90, and it's popped right back up almost $2 up to 29. I'm sorry, I guess a dollar. But that's how, again, that's how whippy things can be in the first 15 minutes. You can see that Chewy can take out yesterday's high, 29.47. You know, as a shot, this is actually take a look at Pure Storage, PSTG. What is it doing? Because this had the big gap yesterday on earnings. And I was suggesting that, we could get, depending on the market, but, the market's certainly not helping, but we could get maybe a second and third day continuation after earnings. But so far, I would stick an alert maybe at the high of yesterday, see if it takes it out at some point, especially if the market kind of has any sort of a bounce in it. Okay, so now we're starting to get some of the ones in my gap continuation or reverse. I just can't short this AMLX. So this is the gap up, and reverse. And again, I put a delay on this one also for 15 minutes. I will not get anything until the first 15 minutes. Okay, CREF. I saw you did some work on that one, William. CREF, KREF. Sure, I didn't really see this one in the pre-market for some reason. Well, I do see the financing now for CREF, KREF. Well, here's one, guys. NVTA is an all-time low now. All-time low for NVTA. It won't show up on my 10-day daily breakdown yet, or well, not necessarily will it ever, because that relative volume is 4.6. It has to be 8 to make my to pass the filter requirement. Okay, well, there's the IOVA. Man, what was that high again? 791. So 749 is the next high looking left. This is super strong. Casa, I think you said that there was some insider buying, right? Okay, I'm not sure why COGT. Wow, this is super strong. 791. I mean, that is, excuse me, that is the next high looking left. Just a minute. You may want to watch this AMWL. This is just over $4. I'm going to look left. What do we see back here? There is the high way over here. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. Take a look at the weekly chart. 450. Yeah, so 450 looks like the next high is looking left. Woohoo, Don. And then the NKTX. Oh, yeah, the NKTX. Boy, there's a lot happening right now, guys. NKTX. Now, IOVA is shortable for me, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on this one to see if that 750, that high right there, which is 749, see if that is the one that stalls it. It did briefly, I mean, it did briefly get above it, 757. Boy, AMLX, good, nice one, Zach. You're a lucky guy, you, with shorts available. Look at AI, not our AI, but the stock symbol AI. Look at AI. What a comeback. I mean, the next high looking left is 1980. And this is, going in the face of a down market. So the only one showing up on the new highs and my watch list up is Iowa right now. All right, DHX. What are you doing? What are you, first of all? Software publisher. So what do they actually do? Intelligent powered software products, etc. Okay, so it's a tech, and I'm just trying to see. You know, it's a 2-year high. It is a 2-year high anyway. All right, Siga. Siga's over 13 now, but again, you're going to trade this one. Just be really, really, you're going to probably have to take fewer shares with a wider stop. Yeah, BTNB is just showing up now, and the count is now finally up. I have a 45 minimum on this one, BTNB. We saw this one in the pre-market, but it was drifting down. I think it had some news after hours. Okay, so STNE has a couple of bottoming tails now. This may be a sign that it's going to bounce, but a couple of bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, the sellers had it down. Buyers close it here. Sellers had it down again. Buyers are trying to wrest control from them. So they're also presenting, Zach, we saw the news about TNXP presenting yesterday. And that was supposed to be for today. So SIGA is also, I was wondering if they would follow suit. After all, they are the world leaders in monkeypox vaccines. My goodness, AI, this is it's a massive, massive recovery. Even today, I mean, we thought yesterday was a big recovery of $3, but this is just continuing its recovery. Well, you might get your 11, Zach. AMLX continues its downward descent. Nothing coming from the AI yet. Tilly's is an earnings play, TLYS, so it's almost positive. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 822, so is that right? I'm sorry, 855. And then 865. So to me, there's just too much resistance between here and 9 to make a good case for the Tilly's. The only TLYS, the only thing is a very low float, 22 million in the float. So, you know, obviously you can get very active, not very much volume yet. Doesn't trade very much. You can tell that because at 174,000 represents 9 times normal. Guys, ASAN is now a gap up, or sorry, a gap down and reverse. And this is an earnings play. It is a gap down and reverse. Let's just see how much it can reverse. Its TNE is bouncing nicely, yes. with the market. Look at the market. Market help. We have another gap down and reverse. Basically, the market is helping these. Look at now we have this is now a nice green candle. Remember, this was at one point, this was a big topping tail and the sellers were bringing it down, but the buyers are, again, trying to get control here. And I'm sure this is helping a lot of bounce plays like the STNE. Just keep an eye on the SPY. The next thing, well, on this bounce for AFRM, the next high looking left is 2668. It's got a little bit of room. Well, it doesn't look the ASAN is going to do that bounce yet anyway. Okay, guys, hang on. RPTX. What was the high yesterday? It was 1377. RPTX. Another low float situation, 29. Now I think Blue Collar did. I think it was Blue Collar did some searching in their filings, and that float number could actually be lower. Guys, keep an eye on this ASAN. I mean, I don't know if it's going to do something like the AI yesterday, but okay, there's the STNE. So this is now a market high. Okay, obviously not a pre-market high yet. And there's the after hours high for STNE on earnings. So this is now turning into a gap up and go. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but it did trigger. I think, didn't you do some sleuthing yesterday and checking the filings for RPTX? Didn't you sort of think that the float could be only around 4 million? Meanwhile, IOVA looks like it's over 750 now. Yes, it is. RPTX. All right, well, let's see if RPTX can maintain 13 and move from there. Whoa, look at these. Shoot. Ah, God, I missed it. ASAN. This was the gap down and reverse, the ASAN. Meanwhile, IOVA is nothing stopping it yet. I mean, maybe that 791. Tell you guys, takes out that 791. Look at the gap. I have to stick an alert up in that area. Okay, I'm waiting for another break of 13 for STNE, not STNE, RPTX. But again, if you're going to trade RPTX, just be awfully careful. There's wild swings. Whoa, no kidding, Zach. I don't know where you could have got this one. I don't know how quickly that popped down, but certainly you could have got it at 680. The BTMD, nicely done on that topping. I didn't even see it. The BTMD, shoot, and this was shortable. Not that many left at Interactive Brokers. 13,000 shares. Well, I don't know. Maybe the ASAN is still pretty frothy. I think what I have to do is just stick maybe an alert up here in this 2240 level and see if it takes that out later, especially if the market continues this nice recovery. Well, like right there, right? The market's, got this nice recovery going. Just really watching this RPTX to see if it can take out 13 again. So if you do in the search window, if you search on, I think it's SL, somebody's going to help me. SLF, SLK, no, Pep, SLB. Thank you. I knew. So yeah, just do a search on SLB and it says SLB rates. And when you do that, you'll get this little box. Okay. Now the symbol was there and it'll tell you exactly how many shares are available to short. This is Interactive Brokers. So just do a search, do a file and search and type in SLB and then find that box. Okay. And again, that's SLB. All right, we do have an AI alert. Ah, now IOV just actually, interesting. Got almost to that high here, almost 791. It got up to what, 773. Okay, now look at for bounce plays to really work like yesterday. If you recall yesterday, I mean, the market was down and then all of a sudden, let's take a look at the SPY. This is when the bounce plays were really, really working, especially something like a gap up and reverse. Now, let me get a big SPY chart up. You need, for the bounce plays to really work well. I mean, look what the market did. Remember what happened here. The market was positive in the pre-market, and then the Microsoft news came out. Market took a thumping, and then from what time? 10:30 on, almost straight up to the end of the day. Gap down and reversals were huge yesterday. Okay, huge. Again, my concentration right now is on the RPTX to see if it takes out 13 in any sort of a big way. Meanwhile, AMLX just continues down. Keep looking to see if I could have sworn there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers earlier. I may be wrong, but meanwhile, SIGA guys, SIGA, I know Real mentioned, I think you mentioned 1340 or in that range or 1360. This is just been on a mission. It's taken out yesterday's high. The next high looking left is way up here at 1471. And it's showing up here now in this basic new highs, SIGA. It's just showing up now. Still kind of choppy, the STNE. I mean, it had the nice little bounce here, but still kind of choppy. Looks like it wants to drift down again. All right, Acadia, why are you doing this? ACAD, and the next high looking left is 1711, 1702. Looks like there's just, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm too hung up on these next highs looking left, but it looks like they're too close. The ACAD, it's showing up on the biggest gainers. Ooh, this could be an interesting one. REPL. The next high looking left is 1602. If it can take that out, then the next high is up in the 1660 level. So, well, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason it's going to go up, Adrian. I guess they're going to be, Zach said they're going to be presenting at some kind of WHO conference today. I don't know if presenting or attending, but it's, it's all about monkeypox. Guys, keep an eye on the RPTX. This can come out of nowhere. Well, let's see. Did it take out 13 yet? Yeah, not the same as presenting. Okay, just that's what I mean. Attending. Maybe they'll ask him questions. Or her. Oh, look at this KD. KD, is this shortable? It is shortable for me. So KD, the next low looking left is 1207, 1203, 1190. Man, you can see if it can take out this that 12 level. Stick an alert down here, 1195-ish. and see if it can take that out. If it does, I mean, then the next low looking left is way down here at 1061. So I'm going to keep an eye on the KD if it breaks down through 12. This is showing up on the biggest losers. Yeah, market yo-yo is right. So again, for bounce plays, the gap down and reversals, you kind of need the market a little bit on your side. Doesn't have to be soaring higher, but you just don't want it to be moving lower on you. See if I can juice it through that 13 level. All right, guys. Well, again, I can't tell you what to do, but RPTX is over 13. Briefly. Katie is still, again, I just look at all this over here. It looks like it could easily stall at multiple areas. ACAD. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, we definitely have some chop in the first 45 minutes, the SPY, maybe first hour almost. Well, not almost, 45 minutes right now. Kind of direction unknown a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, Zach, I know you know Dropbox is just showing up on your topping scan, DBX. And, the market doesn't have to be moving down for this one to drop. So takeover chatter. All right, well, the RPTX is still kind of teasing us at that 13 level. So I'm holding off, just want to see if it really takes out 13. All right, CHGG guys, this is now a gap up and reverse, CHGG. And let's see if this one keeps moving down after that little consolidation on the 15-minute chart, right a little over 21. And this has room looking left. 1857 is the next low looking left. So this has certainly got room. But again, you probably, well, you don't want the market to be going up again if you're trying to play something that's a top. Okay, SIGA is still strong. SIGA is still strong. Again, the next high looking left is 1471. The all-time high is up here, 1480. Did you get to, okay, 1715, the pre-market, okay. I sort of remember that. Hey guys, I took a CHGG short. Let's see if this, I don't know how much, I mean, 21 gets me out. I'm in at 2091, I think. Yeah, 2091 on the CHGG short. This is a gap up and reverse. Market's not helping it right now, but I'm going to see if this, any legs on the way down here. 2026 were the lows in after hours yesterday. So it looks like a big rejection in that 1380 level for SIGA, SIGA. Again, these are very, intraday trading, very difficult for these two, in my opinion. You've got to take fewer shares. I'm talking these two, RPTX and the SIGA, SIGA, fewer shares, wider stops. Now, for me, this is, I mean, I don't know where this is going, this CHGG. I mean, it's like to see the market give it up a little bit more to drive this down. Yeah, I see EFOI is showing up here, 149. High a couple of days ago was 163, it looks like. So DBX has not had a pullback yet. Well, let's see now. DBX, where the next high is looking left, 2275. That looks like the next high looking left. Okay, I'm out of the CHGG, guys. I just don't have the patience for it. Basically flat. Of course, my bias on the DBX coming from your scan was to look for a short on it. Okay, short to takeover. Okay. All right. Well, DBX now is more, yeah, a little more interesting. It's giving up that 23, or is it? So the longer it holds under 23, 2293 right now. Keep an eye on TNXP, guys. TNXP. This is the other monkeypox play. It got thumped. I mean, look at this. I mean, up $3 all the way down to 265, and now it's trying to crawl back here. TNXP. Okay, well, I am short the DBX now. So let's just see that 2290 mark. Just waiting to see how well it held underneath. Again, the same thing. It gets back up there. I get popped a little bit here. Yeah, that might have been premature. So you're going to give it a little bit longer here on the DBX. That's it. Out. I'll try it maybe again if it gets underneath 23. Oh, look at Siga, guys. I mean, this has just gotten destroyed now. Siga, I mean, this is super difficult. Look at Siga. I mean, it is. Are they doing a financing or? But it just got destroyed. I mean, that is a. I mean, it was up to 1379, right down to 12. Just absolutely got destroyed. Look at that giant red candle. Maybe they asked a guy a question and he couldn't answer it, or he stumbled around, or I don't know. I mean, that is a big red candle. Well, at some point, again, I'll have to stick an alert underneath 23 again, just to see if it takes it out again. Beyond Meat, BYND. Well, it's got room, I guess. I mean, look left on the daily chart and 20, well, actually 25. 25, so it's got room to the 25 level, I guess. Beyond Meat. Choppy day so far. Look at the SPY. I mean, we had big red candle, green candle, looked like a green candle, turned into a topping tail, bottoming tail, red candle now. So, direction kind of unknown right now. So I'm saying, you can save yourself a lot of grief by sitting out at least the first half hour, especially if you're new. I mean, I took a couple of little shorts that I got chopped out on, but I had no huge damage. I got my stops in place. Ooh, ASAN. This is the one it's been choppy though. I mean, I'd love to take it long, but it's just been choppy also. I do have that up here, but something must have happened though. Something had to have been. I don't know. He's on the person is on a panel or something. That's too big of a drop. But yeah, okay. Joan is jetting down, guys. JOAN, and this is an earnings play, all time low. I mean, not including the pre-market, all time low. Meanwhile, IOVA, I think, just made a new high. So even it had the pullback, but it just made a new high. And man, oh man, guys, I mean, this is it. 791 takes that out. I don't know where it's going. 791. I mean, there's a massive gap to fill. 1560 is the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there even if it takes this out, but super strong in that insider buying. Okay, I think, David, something happened. Somebody, your cat stepped on your keyboard or something. Some weird typing coming in. This is in our YouTube room. Wow, 10:30 already. All right, guys. Usually do this around 10:20, but first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. All right, DBX, maybe now. A moment here. Okay, so I'm watching this right now, see how well it holds underneath 23. All right, another shot at it. Hits the 23, I'm out again. So I'll take one more shot at this DBX on the short. But I should be in the IOVA. Holy smokes, what a great. Wow, a lot going on here. Okay, again, welcome to the room, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. That is the format, Monday to Friday, sharing my screen live on the mic. So again, if you're new, and as always, I'll start off with my home page. I'm a little distracted, guys. I'm following a couple of trades I'm in. One you don't know about, and the DBX you do know about. Okay, so my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, you can see there will be a way in which you can take out a subscription with a great promo code we've got going on still till June the 6th. That's Monday, so June the 6th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when it expires. So you can get 25% off your first month only or your entire year of Trade Ideas. And that is the promo code Test Drive 25. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans, an annual for premium and standard and a monthly for premium and standard. Excuse me, the big plan, $2,000 upfront for the premium on an annual basis. If you take that 25%, it'll turn out to be $1,500. And then the standard is $1,000, which turns out to be $750. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which initially had one alert on the IOVA, but nothing is happening right now with the AI. My advice is this, though. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this product. Okay? You don't have to do that. You'll get 25% off the first month. And if you decide that you do want to take out an annual subscription and you do it within 30 days of taking out your monthly subscription, we'll honor the 25%. So you can try us out for a month. And if you definitely want to take out an annual, great. We'll honor that 25%. No problem though. If you want to stick on a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. Just know that this is what you'll pay going forward. $118 and $228. Again, that 25% discount's only good for the first month. I actually asked them to almost make this mandatory. Put a lock on the program until you do the let's get started. Do the let's get started. If you're brand new, it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. You might not have to look at them all. I mean, if you've already done the download and installation, fine. But there are 10 videos. Take you about 30 minutes. The first startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic. I almost think it should be mandatory before you even open the program that you do all this. Oops. So once you've done the let's get started, now here's another thing. This is free. You can sign up for my daily, actually, I'm gonna make a note to myself. He has to change his heading. It's not so much a market recap, but it's a single stock recap. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for them all right here. More information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it. It's free. Now the stock of the day video is the same as this. Now the education. One moment, my music just died on me. I don't know why. So you can, once you've done the let's get started, then you click on the education section of my homepage. You can go to the user guide, click on the user guide. And if you're new, just concentrate on these first four. You should have already done the let's get started, the getting started. You should take a look at the channel bar. I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, the differences, and this will actually show you how you can create your own scans if you want to, okay? Other information, of course, is here, but concentrate on this first. Get down the basics. More information in that education section. So the daily support session. So today is Friday. So one of the other traders will take over for me in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon Eastern, of course, 12 to 1. I take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that. And Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30. So Chris takes over in our YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. Next week, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week, we're the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, again, this is all free. Michael Noss at TradeIdeas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, take a look at this. And last, on my homepage, my scans. So all the scans that I'm sharing, you hear me talking about the gap continuation or reverse. You'll hear me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. This is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, and mainly the pre-market actors up and down. These are two top lists. So a lot of different types of scans are here. You can take a look at them. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can, of course, take a look at my scans anytime, all the education anytime you want. And of course, this let's get started. So save my link, and then you can do this anytime you want. Okay, give me a moment. All right, I think I've lost you guys. Maybe just give me a moment. I think I accidentally, yeah, I may have accidentally. Just give me a moment, guys. Yeah, I know in YouTube you can. I think I accidentally. I'm back. Okay. You don't have audio. Okay, everything should be back. Sorry about that, guys. That's the problem sometimes with a web-based program. It's easy to shut down on a tab. Okay. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. When you say a dark mode, I don't believe so. Oop, little squeak in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I don't think there's a dark mode in the fashion that you were talking about, but Pepe will know if he's in the room. I don't think there's a dark mode. Okay, guys. Not liking this. I took a little bit. I'm out of the DBX. I just don't like the way it's trading. So I made a little bit on it, and that's it. DBX is not earnings that I know of. It's just a May the 5th. It had earnings on May the 5th. Takeover rumors, buyout rumors. I need more concentration on it. So I'm in my sort of middle of my spiel. It may still move down, but I wanted it to be a rocket ship down right by now, and it's not. So again, sorry guys, I trying to manage a couple of trades out of the DBX trade. I'm in one other one that you guys don't know about, so I'm just kind of trying to manage that one. So what is TradeIdeas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market, and doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use TradeIdeas. So I showed you on my homepage that I'm sharing my scans. We have a lot of scans also up here meaning the toolbar. If you click on new and then you click on the docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, explosive winners. So if you like the idea of an explosive winner, then you can take a look at this. Biggest gainers from the open. Here's NUTX. Doesn't mean it's still moving higher, okay? But these are the biggest gainers from the open, change from the open, okay? So if you like the idea of something like this, first of all, you can check to see what it's looking for. So if you right click, I'll do this again. If you right click and then configure and then summary, and it'll tell you exactly what it's looking for. Now, of course, if you want to make some changes, if you want to create a better price range, not a better one, but just a different price range or a different minimum volume, you can do so. But if you like it exactly the way it is, then you can just save it to the cloud. And the whole idea, I'm going to go to usually start off on the momentum channel. The whole idea is that you can go to the different channels and start to look at the different scans that we have created. And if you see something you like, you don't have to make any changes, but of course you can if you want to kind of adjust it to this is a better one to look at. If you don't like the price range, as an example, I mean, this price range right here is between 1 and 50. Now I should explain something. These are the filters. So if these filter values are met, in other words, if the price is between 1 and 50, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. If these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So now you might be saying, well, wait a minute, that says 1038 and it's 1047 now. You're right. When you load a window, you're going to see the last alert. Okay, for the first. So at 1038, EFOI was making a new high for the day at 162. That's a real-time alert. So if you like it the way it is, then you just basically save it to the cloud and go to another channel and start extracting scans that we have created, maybe taking some of my scans, save them all to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan from scratch. You don't have to create a scan from scratch. Yeah, so Pepe, I wasn't sure if he meant that. I mean, you can change a chart. You can control what charts look like, but if you're talking about an overall dark theme, no. If that's what you were talking about. Wasn't sure. It's usually when I hear a dark theme, usually it means the overall program. But yeah, I mean, you can change your charts to virtually any color you want with shading, etc. So again, go through the channels. Now, one thing, if I made a change here, for instance, if I go into the configure, click on the summary and say, well, you know what? I love the concept of this, but I like a different price range. I can change the price range to say 10 and 100. You know, I can make other changes if I want to, of course. So if I click on summary, you'll see how it is changed. You can click on OK. So now it is changed. So you can take a scan that we've created, of course, make adjustments to it if you want, and then save it to the cloud. But if I leave this channel and then I come back to this channel, these changes are not saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily, excuse me, not necessarily reflect what others want to do. So just bear that in mind. Give me a moment here. Okay, now if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If you want to, I'm sorry, I'm just concentrating on one other trade that I'm in. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click on an alert window and then click on configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. Now, when you see these icons right here, these are the real-time alerts that we have. And we have a lot of real-time alerts. And then when I scroll down and I see these icons, these are the filters that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they decided that they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. You know, you can kind of, if you want, you can, when you go up to the very top one and click on the new high and then click on help. I mean, if you want, you can kind of see what they're all looking for. You know, there's an explanation of what we're all looking for, but of course you don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. Wow, SIGA. I mean, there's got to be something that came out of that. Whatever they were is well, they weren't presenting. I guess they were part of a panel. Had to be something that came out because that is. I mean, there were pullbacks, and then there were. Excuse me, and then there were pullbacks. I mean, look at this. I mean, that was up at 13, some 13, almost 14, underneath 12 now, just like that. You got to be so careful with these ones. All right, now the AI. So you need a premium service for this, and this is what I would do if you have our premium service. This is I would really uncomplicate it. Just click on new and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. Okay, if you do it right now, this is what you're going to see. Now I have sorted it on I only care about I use it like a watch list. I just care about the profitable trades. I can maybe trade them all day, trade around them all day if I want. I don't get hung up on getting in right at the very penny. I don't take every AI trade. In fact, I have a sort of a price range that I like, but that's what I would do and just use it like a watch list. There was no video that's going to show you, well, how do I trade that? There's no video that's going to show you that. You're presented with a potential entry. You have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. And what you can do is then take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so that Monday morning, when you open Trade Ideas, this will be blank. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You'll get no alerts in this in the pre-market, no alerts post-market. So the earliest alert would be at 9:35. I'm not in EFOI, no. Okay, so now the next thing I want to talk about a little bit is this Brokerage Plus window that you see here, this big blue window, upper left-hand corner of my screen. We call it Brokerage Plus. And I'm going to put this link in. Okay, so that link has two videos. There's a short video that shows how you can use Trade Ideas. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted. I've got to keep an eye on this one. How you can use Trade Ideas to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? So if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? There is a longer video, and the longer video shows in a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. You notice, and this, by the way, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, using our web-based version, not available. So you'll notice it says Brokerage Plus in the toolbar, two options underneath. One says live, and that, of course, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can use it, or sim for simulation paper trading. And that's how I like to demonstrate it. So when you load the Brokerage Plus window, click on new and then Brokerage Plus. When you look at it for the first time, it should say not connected. All you have to do then is click on sim. It'll change to account. Click on account and then click on the simulated trading default. And now you're in the simulator. Okay. What you're seeing here are a couple of, I like to demonstrate its use also as for swing trading. A lot of people want to maybe practice swing trading. So you can practice swing trading, no problem. These are a couple of trades I took yesterday in the simulator. I held them overnight. I mean, just wanted to show you that you can do this. Now, if you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. And again, it uses our real-time data. So all you have to do is click on an alert and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You want to pick the price. You can go in market, or you can put a limit price. You click the buy button, that sets it up, and then you send it. So when you say, Les, is there a data fee? Are you talking about with our program? I mean, if you're going to trade your broker, you have to have real-time data from your broker, but we don't charge a data fee. I mean, the subscription includes, our real-time data, if that's what you mean. But you do need real-time data from your broker in order to trade. But if you're asking, is there a separate data fee for our program? No. So let's take EFOI just for fun, okay? Show you how easy it is to do EFOI. And I can pick how many shares I want. Let's take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. The spread is only a penny. So I click the buy button. That sets it up, and then I send it. Okay. And it should show up anytime. Now there you are. So there it is. There's EFOI. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, and these are hotkeys, by the way, flatten, half, and double. Flatten gets me out of a trade. So if I highlight this, it'll get me out of the trade. But if I don't, and then of course, I can get out of half my trade, or I can double my position. So of course, if I want to hold it overnight, then I just don't get it. I don't get rid of it at the end of the day. It's really that simple. Now, I'm just going to briefly talk a little bit about money management, okay? I might try to make it brief today. How I trade is this. I always look for reasons not to take a trade. Always looking for reasons not to take a trade. In other words, I have a checklist and I've got to be able to check every single box before I take a trade. I try to be highly selective in how I trade. I don't really trade that much. I'm not a guy who trades 10, 20, 30 stocks a day. So I'm pretty selective. So if I get into a trade though, I'm always going to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. Just because I think it's a wonderful trade, I've been able to check every box. It all looks great. Doesn't matter what I think. The market is going to do what it's going to do, and so the trade could work against me. So I'll always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. And what I do is typically I'm sort of visual. I will take a look at a 5-minute chart and size up where I think there might be a support area. A support area meaning a lot of action at a certain price, and if it dropped down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. But if I were starting out, I would probably maybe put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. I mean, that's a defined number. Support and resistance on charts, it can be very subjective. My idea of support may not be the same as yours. So, but the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. So why is that important? Well, as I said, the way I trade, I'm always going to have, when I get into a trade, I know where I'm getting out of it if it's not working. And that'll share size me. How? Well, the other aspect is, okay, if the trade doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade dollar-wise? I would hope that if you have it would make sense if you have a $1,000 or $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I like to do in the simulator is risk $100 a trade. Show you that. The other thing is I don't vary how much I risk per trade by any great amount. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $100 the next, 50 the next, 500 the next. I try to keep it the same as best I can for every single trade. So I took 500 shares in this particular one. I wanted to make the math easy, the EFOI. Notice because what I should do now, I'm going to show you, I'm going to put the stop The entry was 169. I'm going to put the stop at 149. Remember, I would know this ahead of time. I'm putting it 20 cents away, again, to make the math super simple. So you'll notice on the chart, it says approximately minus 100. So if EFOI gets down to 149, it'll take me out for approximately a $100 loss. That's what so again, in the simulator, I like to demonstrate $100 risk. So you can see, just give me a moment. So that's why I took 500 shares, okay? I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop, which in this case, I put it at 20 cents on purpose, because then I can take 20 cents, I can divide it into $100, and I get 500 shares. Now, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet pretty simply, so on the fly, if you put your entry, you put your stop, it'll subtract it, of course. That'll give you what you're going to what the number you're going to divide into your risk, and keeping the risk the same, be it $50 or $100, or depending on the size of your account. That'll instantly share size you. That'll let you know how many shares to take. Now again, sometimes if the stock is really moving quickly, it might be a little more difficult, but that is why you should practice. And that's why I'm also saying, you can practice using the low of the previous 5-minute candle, instead of trying to kind of size up on the chart, where support or resistance might be. So what's on my checklist? Well, a lot of things are already checked because of my scan. So I'm never going to see anything outside of a price range that I like. I'm always going to have a minimum volume that I require. I'm always going to see a minimum relative volume that I require, things like that, okay, before I will take a trade. There are a couple other things, but I mean, my checklist is not necessarily going to be your checklist. I have a certain style of trading. So what happens is, when I get an alert, and the program is called TradeIdeas. It's not called Trade when you get an alert. It's called TradeIdeas. So here's an idea. So first thing I would do when it comes from my scan, because I'm more of a momentum trader, virtually everything I see is going to be near a high of the day or at the low of the day. And so my next step is looking left on a daily chart, a weekly chart, a monthly chart, to see where is the next, if I'm going long something, where is the next high looking left? Because I want to, before I take a trade, in other words, I don't want to get into something at 150 and then see, the next high is at 155. That 155 could stall it. So I'm not going to, risk 10 cents to make 5 cents or something like that. So I want to see enough room that it could possibly go. There's no guarantee, of course, but I'm trying to put the odds in my favor. I want to take one aspect of why a stock wouldn't go up out of the equation, which is some chart resistance. So, consequently, then I'm looking, and if I see some room, then I check to see what the pattern is. I know it's, if it's a new high, it's going to be a new high of the day, but I don't want to take it if it's made, 10 5-minute candles in a row up. So, I mean, this is why you have to have some experience trading. The next thing I'm doing is I'm looking at the market to see what is the market doing. If I want to go long something, hey, you know what? With the market doing this, it's probably going to be, it's going to take a lot of convincing for me to go long something with the market doing what it's doing right now. It really has to be what we call an alpha stock, completely and utterly trading on its own, not caring what the market's doing within reason. And, when the market's doing this, those sort of stocks are hard to come by. So a lot goes into it, but I'm sizing a lot of this up, in a few seconds for me. And that's why, if you're new to trading, a lot of this will probably be bewildering to you. So that's why you've got to practice. Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Seriously. If you can make money in a simulator, then you can take the next step, but This is the next thing that could happen. You know, it's easy in a simulator to you get stopped out. Oh well, it's just play money. What the heck? No big deal. When you start trading for real though, and you get into those your first trades, and even if you're a seasoned trader, right? It happens to all of us. Sometimes it's really here we go, guys. SVRE. This is an IPO. I don't think that this is so super successful because it's priced at 413, $4. Okay, so this is an IPO that just launched, and it was priced at $4. So you can see right off the bat, it is not above the IPO price yet. Typically, when these are super exciting, is that you'll see, the opening print is quite a bit above that opening or the IPO price. So the IPO price is at $4. And again, IPOs, if you're new to trading, forget, we've got a lot of different styles of trading in the room, but if you're new to trading, IPOs are the day of are extremely difficult. So this is not a recommendation to trade an IPO the first day. So where I was going with this, with the anything, EFOI, but you take your first trade and you're all excited, everything looked great. You could check every box. Maybe there was even additional news, okay, about it. Maybe it was a great earnings play. Maybe it was, had some news. So when I don't need news to trade a stock. It doesn't have to, you'll see some stocks are just trading just because. But additional information is always perhaps helpful. And so you get into the trade, everything looks wonderful, and it still doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop price. And instead of obeying your stop, you start sort of second guessing where you put your stop. You say, well, maybe it was too tight. Maybe it shouldn't have been the low of the 5-minute candle, should have been the low of the 10-minute candle or the 15-minute candle. And so you start losing more. That $100 manageable list, a loss turns into 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally sell. You give up, and then you kick yourself for not selling when you should have with a manageable loss. And you know what's coming, guys? Almost as bad is watching it do what I said, losing $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you say to yourself, "Wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is a recipe for disaster long term. You got to check your ego. If you're wrong on a trade, just get out of it. You can always get back in a trade. Maybe it sets up kind of the same way later on. You can always get into the trade again. Commissions are so cheap now, that's not an excuse for not getting out of trades. So that's it, guys. Can't tell you anymore. Off my soapbox, practice trading. All you need is our standard service. Yeah, that's not a good IPO, the SVRE. We've seen some of these that have very few shares that they issue, low IPO price, and the opening print. Let's just say, for argument's sake, 2 million they issue at $4, and you see the opening price at 10 or 12, and it starts to rip. This is obviously not the case. Yeah. So again, guys, with this market doing what it's doing, pretty tough to go long anything right now. Whoa. So Tess, when you ask the question, how do the Holly AI trades work? I'm not sure how I answer that. There's nothing for you to do. You just have this window up. Again, you click from the toolbar, click on new, AI/Holly strategy trades window, have this up. No, 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 no. You get you get an alert when it happens. So for instance, at 10:04, there was an alert for Iova to short at 7:43, and there's your stop. How you trade it will be up to you if you take the trade. So when you say, so it's an instant alert, it's a real-time alert. Doesn't mean you have to get into the trade at that, exact price. One of the problems we have with people get a little confused about it. They say, well, okay, I got the alert at I'll just make as an example. I got the alert at 7:43 and the price is at 7:46 now. Have I missed it? No, these are not designed, just to scalp for pennies. Okay, so I mean, the AI is just like this. In terms of when I get a real-time alert, it's going to show up here. Okay, these are strategies that have been optimized for today. And if a symbol, if it meets the filter, imagine this were a AI strategy. The basic new highs don't repeat. Okay, if this were an AI strategy, then you'd get the alert just like, and it would pop into this window. So there are a series of strategies that have been optimized for today, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, so there's nothing for you to do other than I would just have this window. Don't worry about anything else. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some thumbnail charts, still keeping an eye on the one trade that I'm still in. And we have a resumption for the SVRE, just a yuck. That's all I can say, yuck. I'll put an alert up here at, actually, I'll put an alert at 4 and see if it ever takes that out. Ah, yeah. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just kind of perusing my thumbnail charts, not seeing anything too exciting really. The STNE is starting to bounce a little bit, but I'd be reluctant unless that market turns around. It's a little reluctant to do anything on the long side. VRCA, kind of interesting. What's the next high over here? 276, 220. A little bit of room to get through or work to get through all that. So this is a gap up and go. RCMT. This is an all-time high. No idea why it's moving like this. I can't see any specific news on it, but this is all-time high for RCMT. What a few months it's had, coming from $6. Wow, 26. That's in basically 3 months. I mean, we're only 2 trading days or 3 trading days into this month. So what a run for RCMT. I do remember when this was happening. You know, you look at this and you think, why didn't I buy it here and here and here and here? Because you just can't believe it's going to do it. You know, the problem is that, you know, you get something like this with such a low float, you know, the rug could get pulled just as rapidly or more rapidly than the ascension. So boy, this DBX has been just a tough, tough trader. Tried it twice, lost a little the first time, made a little bit the second time on the short. Oh, I think you mentioned this one earlier, Zach. SDLP. I'm just seeing it now. No, I see it actually came in your well, it came on your bounce scan. So, you know, again, just to emphasize the point that some bounces will work, yes, most won't right now with the market. And even the ones that work probably won't work that well. In other words, you're not going to see like big, you know, an hour of a bounce. Probably not. Not with the market, not with what the market is doing right now. Screen is black. Really? I have to ask the question in our both rooms. Screen is okay, right? Nobody's okay, screen is fine. So PH lows, you might have to do a refresh then or something if my screen is black to you. Okay. PMVP. Okay, PMVP. All right, guys, I still have my eyes on RPTX, you know, for maybe later on. It's kind of hanging around this area. You get some, I mean, the volume is just completely tailed off, just like yesterday, you know, I mean, you need the volume. Story is still out there. Well, okay, the question from our YouTube room, I often cite what the SPY is doing as a way of deciding on taking a trade or not. What do I specifically look for in the SPY? Okay, well, Take a look at the SPY chart right now. I'll get a big chart up. Pretty tough when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5 down, in a row. So that's over an hour of selling. Pretty tough to commit yourself to a long, in my opinion. Okay, when you see this sort of action. So that's what I'm looking for. For me to go long something, it doesn't mean I need a bunch of green can. I mean, it's going to help, but what I don't want to see this, even if it just sort of flattened out and just moved around in a bit of a range, that could get me going long something if I really like the trade. But tough for me to commit to going something long when this is happening. Conversely, if the market was moving up, tough for me to commit to going short, if something like that is happening. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, is there still selling? Is there still selling? Yes. And the answer is yes. So tough to go long. Okay. But, then you get the odd one like the RCMT. I want to say RCMP. RCMT is moving, and it doesn't care right now what the market's doing. I didn't take the trade, but in my opinion, yeah. Well, for in my opinion, yes, real. Now, if you compare it to Center Point or something like that, no. But as far as a broker that is widely used, I would say that Interactive Brokers is very good for shorting. Yes. Okay, guys, I'm just not seeing anything. No, so this has become shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers, TNXP. Not that I want to do it right now, but I noticed TNXP now has shorts available. 33,000 shares. So vide noir, did that make sense? My explanation about what I'm looking for in the SPY? Yeah, DBX is starting to move down now. Hey, you know what? This is a little more interesting. Maybe a break at 22.78, 75, those two, and then maybe it really starts to fall. Great call, Zach. Yeah, on this Novavax, NVAX. And this is the reason right there. No, the screen sharing should be working, McDaver. Maybe to have to do a refresh. I had one other person saying they had a black. You might have to do a refresh, okay? You know, your clue is if unless I get a lot of people saying, "Hey, I can't see your screen anymore," usually it's on your end. So you might have to just do a refresh. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just internal discussion taking place. Internal meeting at Trade Ideas. Just not getting too many new alerts. TPTX is a buyout. Okay, so okay, TPTX is a buyout. That's why it's flat. Bristol Myers BMY has bought them out. So nothing to see here. Nothing to do. I mean, it may fluctuate a little bit, but that's why it's up there like that. They got bought out. It's a question from our YouTube room from Tess. You check another one out like this. You can always usually tell when something is a buyout when it's flat, like you said. Here's another buyout, SRLP. You see, just flat and right across. All right, for you GME followers, it's had a nice pop of a $5 here, right here. All right, guys, so it's 11:32. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'll put the YouTube link in. Andy will be taking over in our YouTube room at noon between 12 and 1. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break.
So how is this EFOI doing just in the simulator? So what it's telling me right now, I entered it at 169. It's at 161. I'm down $35. That's what that minus 35 means. So also the way I trade, my stop is at, in the simulator, I put the stop at 149. That's the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay. That's the absolute worst I want to do. I can always, the way I trade, if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before my stop. Okay, if I just think, if maybe I got into a trade and the market was kind of flat and I took a long, and then all of a sudden the market starts doing this, it starts really, unabated selling. Well, I may look at that and go, you know what? I'm not waiting for my stop as my stock is starting to drift down also with the market. So, I can always get out. And so that's what I'm going to do right here. Whoops. I'm going to get out of the EFOI to show you how you can do it. I'm highlighting it and I flatten it. Okay. So it took me out of the trade with a $49 loss instead of the 100 if I'd, hey, listen, could it bounce from here? Of course it could. Yeah, Michael, we see that you did that. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we have a little green candle in the SPY now. So if this holds, to me, I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the candle two previous to the current one, okay? And see if it takes that out. That could start a bit of a bounce going on the SPY. So now, looking at some stocks for potential bounces, assuming the SPY can keep doing this. It'd be reasonably bullish if it can take out the high of that 11 o'clock candle. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the RPTX. Starting to wend its way back again a little bit. So you take a look at this. I mean, if it pops through that, and then the next candle is green also, we may have a little rally. Notice we've not had two consecutive green candles today. So is every pop going to be met with selling? We don't know. What time is it now? 11:37. So this has a little less than about 7 minutes to close. This candle has about 7 minutes to close. So we'll see if it's met with any selling. If not, hey, we might have a little bounce in store. Yeah, AI has been, really. I mean, this is an alpha stock, guys. This is a definition of an alpha stock, really. Look what it's done. It hasn't cared what the market is doing. The only thing that it did was sort of base for a while instead of keep moving up, in relation, I guess, to what the market was doing. But you notice this, it didn't have any sort of a drop at all. So this is the sort of stock that you want to, if you can find it early enough. Now, there's no guarantee, of course, that just because it did this, that it's going to keep moving, but certainly this is definitely an alpha stock. You know, trading on its own, not caring what the market is doing and not caring what its sector is doing. Eleven a.m. Oh yeah, the 11 a.m. Okay, today it did it. Yes, the 11 a.m. bounce. So we're at 11. Well, that was what? Wait a minute. What time is it? That's the 11. There. So 11:15 is when it stopped. Yeah, for you GME followers, guys, this is really having a surge again. It won't die. GME will not die. How's AMC doing? AMC, not really. I mean, it's little pop here, but AMC is definitely not like GME. Yeah, I mean, I'm fixated on this RPTX just because of the news of yesterday, you know, and I just think, okay, this needs some more, get the volume back. I mean, look at the volume is dried up. It's only 1.5 million shares. And yesterday it was at what, 40, what was it, 36 million. So, you know, the volume is nowhere near yesterday. Yeah, Michael said he'll work on it on the weekend. So if you, I know you said you have additional data that you might give to him. So again, guys, you have a scan that you might like. You have to have it. It has to be very defined. You know, Michael Noss, I'm going to put his email in again, but it has to be very defined. It can't be, well, I'd like to see something that would look like this and all. It has to be defined, a price range, a minimum volume, you know, a change from the open, things like that. He'll create it for you. Well, not for you, but he'll put it in our Market Explorer. But it can't be wishy-washy. In other words, it can't be, you know, maybe do this, maybe do that. It's got to be defined. You know, I'd like to see an RSI kind of like this. No, it's got to have an RSI value. I mean, I'm not saying you have to use an RSI filter, but it has to be specifically defined. Just like this is defined. Okay, my basic new highs and lows, this is defined. Price between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 8. Volume is at least 500,000, 400,000 shares. Price is up at least 5% from the open. Number of alerts a day, at least 45. Things like that. And then a new high for the day is my trigger. So this is specifically designed. And that's what he needs. Something now, you can give him something, and if it's not working, you know, maybe, you know, it's not that you give him something and then that's it. You can always, if you come back to him and say, you know what, maybe try this, you know, maybe reduce that current volume to 5 or something like that within reason. I mean, you can't inundate him every single day, but it's got to be defined. All right, guys. And it is Andy today, okay? I just got a confirmation. It'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take off for the hour. It's 11:45 right now, so another 15 minutes or so, and Andy will be in our YouTube room. Andy's more of a swing trader. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so he is definitely a swing trader. Though swing trading in this environment, pretty tough. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Oh, you're welcome, the blind trader. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so what is the market doing? So we did not get that second follow through, okay? We did not take out that high of, let's take a look at the SPY, the big SPY candle, or the big SPY chart, sorry. So we did not take it out. You see that blue line up here? That was my price alert. You can see it's still blue. If it had taken it out, that line would have turned green. And so that was short-lived. We did not get a follow through at all. Now again, this candle has 12 minutes to close, so but it doesn't look good. It looks like this was just a momentary little bit of buying, and we'll just have to see. You know, the ominous thing would be if this candle or the next one gets below here. So I'm going to stick an alert down here and see if it takes it out on the low side. So again, we did not get the follow through. So, you know, any bounces that you may have been in would have been probably very short-lived. This has been you know, for me, it's been a very difficult day trading. Yeah, there were some. I mean, obviously, if I'd hopped on the SIGA, if I'd hopped on the NVAX at the beginning, but for the stuff that I look at, you know, it was just sort of a choppy day, very choppy day. Contrast that again. I know I'm sort of repeating myself, but you know, when you get a day like yesterday, I mean, that was awesome yesterday, just spectacular. I mean, look at this move, you know, straight up, little pause, little bit of a pullback, but that's, you know, that's also at 3 o'clock. So if you give me a move from 1030 that's almost straight up, I mean, that was just an awesome day. Many bounce plays, many gap down and reversals, like a lot of stocks that just gapped up and kept going, things like that. That's because we had a decent trend. Right now, trend is down, but it's even the trend down is not. You still have topping tails, and it's not as spectacular. I mean, I don't mind if a trend is down all day. I don't mind shorting, of course. But look at this. I mean, look at this right here. This takes this out. Look out below, guys. Is there a way to make the chart window always on top? I don't know what you mean by that, Sonny. Sorry. Not sure I know what you mean by that. I mean, yeah, I mean, I have three monitors. This is my layout. You're talking about if you had another, if you, I think if you're talking about having another program running, you only have one monitor and somehow you want TradeIdeas always on top. Is that what you mean? If that's the case, I'm not sure. But I'm not, because this is not my experience, of course. This is what you see. Here are my charts. Everything's on top. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do that, Sonny. I thought that is what you meant. Yeah. So it means that you're clicking on another program and then the chart goes behind it. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way. Pepe, if he's in the room, might know. I think that's sort of a Windows function, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know. Tell you what, go to support at Trade Ideas hyphen maybe one of the other technical guys there. That's some kind of a way in which you can do it. I know I don't think it's anything within our program, okay? Are you gonna ask that question? I've got one monitor, I've got several programs working, but I want a chart to always be on top. When you say on top, visible. Yeah, so Pepe, so I don't think there is, Sonny. Pepe doesn't work for TradeIdeas, but he's very astute regarding IT, and I don't think, so I don't think there's a way. Wow, with such a choppy day, I'm going to have a tough time figuring out what I want to highlight at 12 o'clock in terms of I usually always like to talk about something that I actually did, but there's really, the IOVA is not bad. I mean, it's an AI alert, but it was an AI alert to short it. So and the idea, of course, was shorting a top. I mean, the strategy that this came from in the AI was looking at something like this, thinking it might be too extended, and then to short it. But Well, I think the best we can say about the market right now is that, okay, it's kind of basing a bit, kind of, assuming that this candle, which has another 4.5 minutes to close, doesn't really start getting bit wider and wider and take out these lows. If it just kind of, if it kind of remains, here, and at least if we could just go sideways for a bit, and then, some bounce plays may start to work a little bit better. Bird flu out. Oh man. Well, okay, BCRX. How about BCRX? Well, maybe that headline may have happened earlier then, because all I did was type in, so these are stocks that can benefit from the new bird flu outbreak. And BCRX, I think, was on. Okay, so the winner, number one, Chinese FDA, so BCRX, and then another one. This is This is Roche. Well, it's not Roche, but it looks like BCRX. No, I'm not going to tell you INO. Now this is the first website that I saw. Okay, so BCRX maybe, but it looks like maybe that headline hit earlier, right? Because otherwise I'm wondering why it had to run. This actually shows you how choppy the day is also. Look, I only have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stocks that made it in the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, so usually I get over the course of the day, I don't know, 20, 25 of them spaced out. Wow, is it 11:58 already? Okay, I hear you, Andy. Let's see. Andy, can you hear me? I think Andy just showed up in our YouTube room.
Barry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mr.
All right. Yeah, let me get on my earphones here. Okay.
Okay.
How's it going, buddy? You
Oh, tough day. Definitely a
wait,
tough day.
well,
Shocking
yeah,
day.
it is. It is. It is. It's one, and me as a swing trader, it's one of those kind of days, and I've been seeing a lot of these. It's 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Yeah.
At least it's what
Well,
happens is I end up taking on these yesterday kind of days, I end up taking all half profit, and then the ones I'm left in, they all just give it all back.
yeah. Oh man, I don't know how you guys are doing over the last couple of months. I know you keep talking about how it is a very difficult environment to swing trade.
Hmm.
And
It is.
Steve was on yesterday, and he was saying the same thing. I mean, it's just so difficult. Not, but even as an intraday trader, today has. I mean, there have been some interesting ones, but I found it very difficult myself. I mean, it's just not. Even though you would think, well, every single short should work because of what the market's doing. As we all know, that's not necessarily the case because you get little chop action.
Hmm.
Depends on your stops, and so I've just been kind of sitting on the sidelines. I've had a couple little trades, but I just, this is a day in which I would probably say, you know what, unless I get a real strong trend one way or the other, I'm just going to kind of sit tight.
Yes, yes. Fridays should be that way a lot of times, I think.
I agree.
Swing trading is a little bit different because you're looking for opportunity, but Yeah, I saw a lot of them on your watch list. A lot of them failed this morning, but uh, that's the way it goes sometimes.
The way it goes. I mean,
Yep, that's
look at the
right.
SIGA. Look at the monkeypox stocks.
I
Look at
saw
SIGA and
that.
how,
Yeah,
man, I mean,
that's
that just
brutal.
absolutely got crushed. But
Iowa,
anyway,
Iowa
Andy,
still looks like it may have a chance at Iowa there.
well,
So yeah,
it might have a chance.
yeah,
It might have a
yeah,
chance, but I mean, you first. I always say you
yeah. There
first.
you go. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Andy, I'll probably show up at about five to one, and maybe we'll
Okay,
have a little
no
chat
hurry.
for 5 minutes, and but I'll let you take over right
Sounds
now.
good.
Okay?
Okay, have a good one, Barry.
You too.
Bye bye. Hey traders, how you doing? Welcome to the Friday support session. My name's Andy. If your first time in here or haven't heard me, good afternoon, blind trader. Sometimes I think I'd be better if I just was a blind trader. What's up, Wolf? What's happening, man? All right, let's see if the market can dig in here. I'll quickly go over the stuff I've been doing. I did buy First Solar today on a pullback, on this pullback right here at 575.04. Set through a little pain, but the solars have been strong. I sold my DQ after a good move today, and I'm going to regret it, but oh well. This is a Chinese solar company. Gosh dang it, I got me. That's okay. I rotated it. What I did is I rotated into First Solar, so we'll see if that works. Hood, I've been playing this thing for a while now, and I got a pretty decent position with a pretty decent average at 916. But this one is one I just been kind of know the way it kind of trades. It's kind of weird. These stocks have a personality. Uh, Good. You made money today. That's good. It's not an easy day to make money. LU, I've been in for a while, and I like the way it's defending. This is another China play. Had earnings the other day and did pretty well, but it's been just kind of going sideways here. Neo, also a stock I bought the other day after earnings, up marginally there. Path, I held into earnings. I did buy more today at 1873, I believe, on this pullback. I think this is one that could possibly have maybe a go pause go going into Monday. I thought the earnings had been beaten up, and I thought the earnings were great. I don't, like I said, I don't read too much into earnings, but I do like to look at them just to make sure it's not a big eyesore of earnings. And shop got me yesterday. I'm actually made money, decent money yesterday because I sold half of my position. But where I made the mistake is I got back in it on this 5-day moving average this morning. So I need a little bounce here to get me back with my current position. Now remember, I already took a profit yesterday, so this is kind of a re-entry. But we'll see what happens. But other than that, that's it for me as far as swing trading. Take a look at the spiders here, trying to dig in. It's got a couple of mean moving averages right here, the 5-day moving average and the 10-period moving average. See if we can get through those. That's going to be could be tough. I could see us doing a little inside day. But guys, if anybody out here, if you do have a question about the software, okay, you're looking at some configurations or something like that, let me just hit me up if you have any questions, and we'll take a look at it. Meanwhile, I'll show you an alert window that I built yesterday in my trading studio webinar that I do on Thursdays afternoons. And then what this is doing is looking for strong stocks that are tagging the 50. It's a great example in that CarMax right there. Look at that 9501. You got tagged there. Just it's more probably if you're a day trader. I mean, I guess you can still day trade it, but I'm looking for swing trading ideas, and that's one that's had a nice move, and it got drilled today down to 9501. Absolutely, Tess. You can configure the layout manually. actually, you have to, if you want to build their custom, layout, you have to build your do it manually. And I think everybody should have a default layout. Now, when you save it, okay, you want to save it in the one right here that says default underscore layout dot LTI. That's the one you want to save it in, because that's the one that's going to open up every time you fire up TradeIdeas. Okay. So when you build it, move the windows around like you like them. And don't worry, you can always change it. You can always overwrite it and resave it under a new one. So it's not an issue, but that's the one. I can't find news, similar, winners, etc. window. I'm not sure what window you're talking about. We do have a single stock window. It's not going to have winners in it, but it's going to have your similar uh, tab. It's going to have a profile. It's going to have news. Now this is just Google News, so you're not going to get the like Bloomberg type news or Benzinga type news. But uh, that's the only window where you're going to find news and similar. So it's not going to have winners in it. Of course, you can always click in similar if you're looking at a strong stock, and maybe it'll have some winners there as well. Good question. Michael says, should you save on your computer and cloud? Both. And the reason you want to do both is if anything ever happens to your computer, God forbid, you'll have a copy of it in our cloud. But you definitely want, in my opinion, you want one stored on your server, at least your default layout, because like I said, that's the one that's going to open up every morning, kind of save you a couple of steps, having to go in and find the, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. uh, but, okay, yeah. But I always save it. I always save one on my cloud too, just in case anything ever happens to my computer. But, Tess, let me drop, our you can find everything you excuse me, everything you want in our in our owner's manual, or user guide I should call it. And what you can do is just click on this, and then you go to a full table of contents and just go to the search here, and I'll drop this into the chat if you don't have it. But uh, maybe let's just type in building a layout. Okay, you got layouts and scans right there. So you could just come in here, click. It's real easy to work. Shows you how to build layouts. It looks like it's doing some other things too. Let me see. Contents. It looks like it has a lot of stuff in there. How about if I search for default layout? Yeah, you probably want to do, if you're new to this and you're still figuring, just go to the day trading starting layout right there, and I'll drop this in there, and it's going to kind of just walk you through, the fate steps. I recommend the weekends coming up, try to find some time, a couple of hours, just to get in this uh, user guide, and Stephanie did an incredible job. And there it is right there. She did an incredible job putting this together. You can find anything you want to. Be sure to use, like if you're building a top list, you can't figure it out, just go to the search and type it in search. But it's one of those kind of things that you really need to spend a little time with. And then you can always come back here and ask questions. Get as much information, anything that you're having trouble with, jot it down, and then come back into these support sessions that we do daily, every day, Monday through Friday, and you can ask your question. But yeah, I would highly recommend spending a little time, because we have lots of videos in there too. So that's what's beautiful about this user guide. It doesn't just put everything in text for you. You'll have a little show to window in here that you can just click on, and it'll immediately start showing you how to do things. And there's lots of them where they're needed. All right. You are welcome, Tess. Jamie Lee, what's the thesis behind tagging the 50? Yes, and I'll share that. Great idea. And a great question. So what I did is, and I talked about this in my webinar yesterday. What I'm finding in this market is you can see the volatility, and you can see, you can feel the emotions of people, just by watching price action and some of these pullbacks that we get. So especially if you're like a swing trader like myself, don't feel like you have to chase entries. It's like First Solar was a great example this morning. Um, I was sitting there this morning. I don't like to trade the first 30 minutes, and I'm going, I'm not going to chase. I'm not going to chase. I'm going to wait for a pullback. Obviously, I could have got it a little better, but that's okay. I was buying it off this 10 period moving average. Now, this is just a simple case where I'm looking at an intraday candle and looking for a possible entry and just trying to save myself, 50 or 60 cents. And I did. But, uh, but you can also save yourself a few dollars every now and then. So, what is behind this tagging the 50? Let's take a look at the guts here, that being the filters. And the key filters here are change from 50-day SMA. So what I did is I bracketed this change from 50 SMA, which means the price pretty much has to be hitting that 50. Okay, the alert that I'm using is a new low. Okay, so it has to be hitting an intraday low, and it has to be hitting the 50-day moving average. Okay, well, we know if it's hitting the 50-day moving average, the chart is somewhat strong, at least over the last 50 days, because it's above that moving price of the 50-day moving average. So we know it's above that. But here's a key. Uh, here's a key feature here. Hold on, pull up my little pen. Okay, position in 5-day range. Okay, I got a maximum of 25. So what that means is it has to be in the lower 25% of its 5-day range. Okay, so now we know it's hitting a new low. We know it's in the lower part of its 5-day range, but it has to be in the upper 60%. I had 50 in here, but I'd like 40 because it's down on 5 days and it's hitting a new low for the day. So I hate to find stocks where it's just pushing it out of that 50-day, 3-month range here. All right, so there you have it. So we are assured that the stock is looking somewhat bullish on the uh, at least probably 3-month time frame. So what we're going to do here now is take a look at some of the trades here. That AT&T, okay, this did hit it. This was actually came through there yesterday as well. This one hit it and pretty much not holding up. You're going to find some today with this price action because we did sell off a lot. There's one that's wow, that's pretty ugly, but everything's intact. Okay, it is a bullish trend. This is an ADR. Looks like trades in the Netherlands, but it's hitting its 50-period moving average. Not sure if that was earnings. Looks like they had some news behind that, so I'd probably leave that alone. SLDP did not work. Yeah, that one hit it really early. This and I like to see it a little bit, separated from the prior 2-day low there. CarMax was a beauty to 95. Now you're up a buck higher in that CarMax. So this might be a little bit of a possible entry there. So even though over the yearly it's getting crushed over the last 3 months, it's kind of in the middle of that range. All right, CI is hitting it right now in this CI. Now this works better if you have somewhat of a constructive intraday market where it's not just down 2%, whatever it's down right now. Looks like the Nasdaq is down 2.5%. 1.5. So I just don't automatically take something like this when I see it. Maybe I'll mark it up with a price alert that if it bounces, say the CI, say I'm interested in this. It bounced here last time. Look what happened right here after going through a ways, it finally bounced. So what I might do in something like this, if the market is still selling off, I don't want to enter. Remember, guys, there's not any trades that just work in a vacuum. Okay, you have to consider everything that's going on right now. Like, for example, this is a health insurance. What is the health insurance company doing? What's the overall market doing is the most important thing. We're selling off. So I would never just kind of just jump in this. It's had 3 ugly days, but what I might do is just put an alert. If it pops and goes back above, this level and gets back above this declining 10-period moving average, maybe it's something I want to take for a swing trade. So there were some ones yesterday that it was kind of a no-brainer because the market wasn't selling off like this, and let's go back and look at them. And let's go back to yesterday. Excuse me while I get me a drink. Now remember, the market gapped down a little bit yesterday and basically slopped around for about 30 or 45 minutes before finally going. So I would be interested in something like this. And there's Pfizer. Look at Pfizer right there. That's textbook. And we're getting a little follow through today. Look at that beating it took in the morning. Okay. This was earnings back here. It's been bullish ever since earnings. And all of a sudden, you're getting a gift down here, getting slammed into this. Actually, got 2 moving averages there. So that's a great example of when, even, and the beautiful thing about this is you were alerted right here. So you could sit here and watch and just kind of like that example I was giving you where I'd marked it up. Look what happened here. If I would have marked it up above this declining moving average here and it popped above, that would have been a great little entry. And then boom, 2 points higher. I think Verizon, it did have a pop yesterday, but kind of still up, but still not Verizon and AT&T. I have a hard time understanding. LU, this is one that I told you I was in, and look what happened. I would have had a gift yesterday if I hadn't been in a meeting. I would have definitely added to my position right there. I added to it a little bit later, I think around 584 once it got above here, but I would love to have seen that. iTub, good, great little entry right there. So Amgen, look at there, boom, strong stock and just got slammed for no reason. So here's what you have out there. You have a lot of emotional traders. And when you have a lot of emotional traders in this market, right? In other words, these buy the dippers, when things don't feel like they're going to continue with the upward momentum, they get out really quick and they can cause some, price action like this. Well, a prudent trader, is going to use an incredible software like TradeIdeas, which offers, the best real-time alerts, in the business, and use it to their advantage. Take advantage of that weakness of people coughing up their shares. If you're a day trader, it may, this may not be your niche, but for a swing trader like myself, I'm always looking for opportunity like that. Stocks getting beat up, and beautiful one there, bam, boom. Just look at that to a T, bounce straight up. Now, as you see today, this is a different dynamic in the marketplace. So this is why you might not just jump in. You might want to mark them up, put a price alert in there first to see if they reverse and go higher. No sense in playing hero and jumping in front of the bus. Speaking of jumping in front of the bus, this market looks like it might want to roll back over. Everything's okay. Let's see. We looked at that one. Nice little Southern company there, electric power grid. Citigroup's been coming by a lot lately. It's like to me, it just it just keeps slamming into it, but it can't move higher. All right, so let me put this back on real time, and I will drop it in. I should have a copy over here. So there we go, tagging the 50, and I'll share it with you. And maybe something you want to. And I do have a couple of these kind of taking advantage of falling, not falling knives, but falling price action. All right, tagging the 50. And there you go. But, if you can, and this, if you can build you something, and this is just an example. Um, if you can build you something to take advantage, of these some of these good-looking charts where people are just bailing because they're out of fear, you could use it to your advantage. You're welcome, Jamie Lee. All right, let's take a look around the market. Spiders, uh, well, they still may want to. What's frustrating with a lot of stuff I trade is they sell off so much harder. I mean, a lot of these, tech stocks, and they're nice when they move in your favor, but they can get hit like that shop I just showed you. That's just disgusting. But is this market? You got a rising 10-period moving average already crossed over the 20 period a couple of days ago, so we're going sideways. If you're bullish, a bad idea might be to just let this action go sideways until you get this rising 10-period moving average. Let me spread it out so you guys can see better. Uh, Crossing up, and then let it come into play and see if it can force that action higher, and maybe we can go put an assault on the 50. And of course, if you're bearish, which I wouldn't blame you if you are, because we're still kind of in a downtrend. Okay, we keep making lower highs. Okay, so even though the last couple of weeks may be, impressive, we still, if this doesn't make a new high, then we're still in the same trend. So, um, yeah, if you're out there and you're bearish, I could understand. Take a look at the cues, and same picture there. Even weaker. I think we should thought we may get up here and test this level. Could at some point. Got close to it yesterday, but big pivot level there. Let's even scroll back and see. Look at here, guys. Yeah, this is what you call a massive pivot level. So maybe I can see a scenario working out where the 50 keeps creeping down lower, and then maybe the price just kind of meanders up there to where it comes to this massive pivot level and the declining 50. And then you would have Fort Knox basically setting up for, to try to stop any bulls. So that's going to be a hard one to get through, because that is a like I said, anytime you have this congestion right here, and then major points, one, two. Let me just show you so you can follow it easier. 2, 3, 4, then more congestion. And if we even go back further, no, that's about it. But still, that's um, that's going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue. And the thing I think about, sometimes when you have these bullish days, it's easy to get caught up in the euphoria. Everything's running, but it's always wise just put a price alert. Just kind of something to remind you when we get to that level, because I can guarantee you the smart traders are doing this. Because if you have some nice profits and you're coming up to this major level of resistance, you want to be the one that uh, because a turn can happen quick. And so I always want to know where we are, as far as the major averages, because it can affect obviously, any stocks. All right, guys, I know I've been rambling, but you guys want to look at anything? If you have any charts or any more questions, just be sure to hit me up. Qs are trying to push through the 10 period there. Getting my bounce in my hood finally. First solar is working nicely. The I, let's see what the I did today. I put 2 in there. One was first solar. Now I did put this in first solar right on this pullback around 75. So B-Sun was put in earlier in the morning, right around here, actually. I think I stuck it in right around 970. So uh, this is our kind of our newest feature for curated ideas. All right. Then I'll show you because I actually stuck this in. I'm kind of trying it out. I actually stuck it in the Trader's Eye today. If you probably didn't pull it up, but I put all of our ones that are on alerts, and you can see, guys, why I'm kind of hesitant about putting a bunch of stocks, for you guys to look at. These are on our watch list because a lot of them just don't work, and I would rather, if it's me, I would just rather get the cherry picks, the ones where I'm kind of watching these. I'm looking at a lot of relative strength, a lot of indicators, and then I cherry pick the ones and drop them in the eye, and it's worked good. If you haven't been watching, there's been some incredible thoughts. Yeah, Jamie Lee, hold on just a minute. I'll get to that. So anyway, I did drop them all in there to eye. I kind of wanted to see how the races work. You can see B-Sun, First Solar doing pretty good. All right, thoughts on GT? Not bad. It's definitely made this it's nice. It's above its major averages now. And that being your 10, 20, and your 50. And today it tried to pull back and it bounced. What did it do? It bounced off that 50. I don't know what your time frame is. That's the thing about swing trading. It's very subjective. If it's me and I was in this thing, I would not want it to break through this 50. Sometimes I'm quick to get out, but some people, you may be in this for with a stop at lows down here and going to ride it for 3 years. I don't know, but uh, personally, I would like to see it hold. That 50. If it doesn't, you got the 10 coming up. That 10 could definitely come in play and kind of cradle it and push it higher. Now, the bigger picture, I think I can see. Okay, I don't know what this was. I don't know if it was a earnings or what. That's an ugly move down. And then on top of that, ever since it moved down, it's still been in a downtrend now for 4 months. And what do I mean by downtrend? Well, once again, just like I showed you in the overall market, you have basically lower highs all the way throughout this move. Now, that could change at some point, but you have lower highs. And then on top of that, I'm curious to see what the trend is from that breakdown low right there. So imagine it's probably pretty close to being right at it. And it is. You can see what this ran into it yesterday. Now I'll zoom in a little bit so I can show you. So these kind of get distorted once you zoom out too much. But yeah, it exactly where it ran into this downward sloping trend line. So if it can take out, if it can take out yesterday's high, pretty much where it closed at, I think there's a chance it may get up here to this 1430 level, test that level. But you can see there's a downtrend. I love looking at trend lines. Uh, they uh, they work. Hope that helps you out there, Jamie Lee. You're kind of a kind of stuck between some good ideas and bad ideas. I like the fact that it's above all its moving averages now, but you're still kind of in a downtrend. So you got to be careful. This is why I would keep something like this tight, because if it does resume this downtrend and does not make a higher high and does not get above that trend line, it could drop pretty fast. Much like you see. Uh, this is why I like to get out early when I'm wrong, because these down moves can be ugly and happen pretty quickly. I'm not a big VWAP guy. Now I do like every now and then I'll do an anchored VWAP on the daily because Peter, because I'm more of a swing trader. Now there was a time when I was, for 17 years I was a day trader, and I would No, you know what? I'm more of a 10 period. I love the 10 period moving average. On the daily, yeah, on the intraday, that's really all you're going to see on mine. And I do like this 5 day moving average. Okay, that's the two. These over my years seem to be the ones that really come in play. But once again, this is subjective. Some people, we have traders here that like the 8 SMA, and I'm sorry, EMA, and I understand that. Um, TPEX. Oh, that was a buyout. Uh, Now we do have an anchored VWAP, which is kind of nice. So in other words, I like to use it obviously more on the daily time frame. But let's go to a weekly chart, and I'll show you some things we were looking at from Brian Shannon called the anchored VWAP. I do like the anchored VWAP, and I will throw that up on a daily chart every now and then. So what we do is, let me put this on a weekly first. So hold on, let me hit the button here. So if you did an anchored VWAP from this pandemic low in the market and the spiders, you're going to see, boom, right there. It's going to draw an anchored VWAP, and look, that's that purple line right there. And look what happened. 2 days now, almost 3 days. It's bound off that anchored VWAP. So that's kind of, this is, like I said, evaluated average price of going back to the lows of the pandemic days. So key level there. So that's the kind of ways I will use uh, the VWAP. But I'm not a big VWAP guy intraday. I'm more of a 10 period moving average volume. I love volume. When I was a day trader, it was all about technicals and volume, support, resistance, and volume. Okay, spiders, a hard time getting through that level. You're welcome, Peter. I have no problem with those who do, and alerts stuck out there in first solar. Go back to the daily here. Uh, when it comes to indicators, it's whatever works. For me, I obviously dabbled around with a lot of stuff, MACDs, even VWAPs back in the day. And what I found myself is I was getting too involved, in indicators and not trusting just my own judgment and price action, because it's really, I don't think it's as complex as people make it out to be. And I just found for myself what works better is support, resistance, a couple key moving averages, trend lines. I do love trend lines. I wish we had some sort of automated trend lines we could build into our system, maybe in the future. But uh, in other words, I'd love to be notified when stocks are hitting a trend line, just like that Goodyear tire. That's could be very valuable, but yeah, that's not easy. It's not easy to code something like that. I can imagine a lot of data points, a lot of if, when, thens. But so I like to keep it simple. That's why you're not going to find a lot of stuff, on mine. I'm and a lot of the stuff that I like to watch is on my single stock window. Okay, I'm always looking at relative volume. I'm on a dev version, and we got to get this. It's got relative volume in two places, and they're both different. Still got to get that worked out. Um, what just happened to my drawing on it and messed it up? Click out, click into something else. There it goes. Not sure what happened. I do a lot of times. We'll look at fundamentals. Now, what I like to look at is when I'm, especially like when I'm swing trading. I like to see that. Well, first and foremost, price action is, that trumps everything. But I like to look at the cash and debt. I don't like stocks that have huge amount of debt. Uh, I like earnings growth, even though this is reporting. It's those are trailing numbers that I don't know how far back they're trailing, but that won't play a huge part of my trading. All right, let's see. Michael likes edgy. Let's take a look. Hmm. Yeah, that nice little pattern there. Okay, there you have a nice little pullback and a hammer. That's something that could build off that. Uh, you know, nice little hammer there, and now you got a bar reversal. So strong chart. Yet had a bar reversal in this thing for basically what, 7, 8 trading days. Scroll back here. Looks like it's definitely at well, it says position in lifetime, so I'm not sure if it's there, but still a multi-year high in that thing. Yep, definitely a strong chart there, Michael. It's not one for me swing trading. Now what I do when I see something like this, you got a nice little breakout above this level over here. So what I like to do is, maybe just in case it comes back, I'll throw me a price alert in here around 8 and forget about it. And then probably what'll happen in the next 2 or 3 days, I'll get a price alert, and then I can evaluate from there. See how everything is working out. But yeah, it's a nice one there. Definitely energy stocks have been in motion lately, and I played a few. Some of them they get so extended. Probably my best trade in a while was this MGY. That thing had a monster move from, I think I bought it on this day right here. It's called in the eye too. It dropped it in the eye on this day around 24.70, and yeah, I had a nice move. I think I got out on this day though, right around 27.50 or something like that. Got out a little bit, left some meat on that bone. Yeah, that's unusual. Now I'm showing 27 million. That's a great cash to debt ratio there. Nothing wrong with that. They pay a dividend, which is unusual for a small, company like that. Yeah, that's that was a nice little break above that level right there. You had a gap and then go. Once it got above that, you didn't have any more resistance until $8. So a nice little dollar move without any resistance. Probably a good entry in Merck. That was on my short list to call. I had an alert right here, hoping it would get slammed down to this 50, and I would definitely have called that in the eye and probably taken a position on it. But now you just almost have to wait for a bar reversal. Maybe I'll set one up here at highs in case it does it tomorrow. This was called out in the eye back on this day, I believe. And yeah, so had a nice run for a while. Well, the spiders are trying to dig in. See if ARC's trying to dig in at all. Not really. It's trying. Definitely had a hard time going lately, that's for sure. And of course, it's affecting my Shopify. Are you saying called out in the highs? Jamie Lee, I'm not sure what you're referring to. What stock was it you were referring to? Yeah, Peter, you'll have to, as far as what is, are are you asking me like where is relative volume, or you want to know kind of the definition of relative volume, Peter? I guess you're saying what is relative volume, so you want to know. Great question. It's let me give it to you in an example. It's probably the best way to do it, because what it is, it's what is the volume compared to an average. Okay, we use a 10-day average of relative volume at any given time of day. Yeah, so let me give, it's always best to give a definition. Let's say stock XYZ, after 2 hours of trading, on average does 100,000 shares. After two, that's the key point. It's not measured on the whole day. It's measured at certain times, whatever the time may be. So let's say after 2 hours of trading, stock XYZ trades on average 100,000 shares a day. But today it's trading after 2 hours, 200,000 a day. Okay. It's always measured in a ratio. So that would be a ratio of two. So your relative volume would be two, which basically means two times its normal volume at that time of day. Okay, so that's different between today volume percentage. Okay, because today's volume percentage, it measured what it's doing today based upon its average for the whole day, for a whole day. Whereas relative volume, it only looks at the current volume on average from the open to where we are now. Does that make sense for you, Peter? Let me see if I find a good example. Well, this one should be doing something high. Okay, so relative volume in this right here is 93. Okay, it's a huge ratio. I'm basically saying it's doing 93 times its normal volume this time of day. Now, at the end of the day, this can come all the way down. If say, let's say people are just squaring up positions after the buyouts, all they're doing. But let's say by the end of the day, say all the activity is pretty much done here in the first 3 or 4 hours of the day, and volume just starts to dwindle. So by the end of the day, this relative volume could come, theoretically could come all the way back to like maybe 80 for the, okay, good. Looks like you got it. Okay, Jamie Lee, you mentioned several stocks that were called out. I thought you said the highs, maybe a high low ticker. Hmm. I'm thinking. I was only referring to the I think is these are stocks that basically it's our curated. The traders at Idea put a bunch of. Uh, we have a spreadsheet, and each day in the morning we'll go through and put all these stocks in there, and these are the ones that I actually dropped in the I at any given time during the day. First Solar was dropped in around 75 on this pullback. BSUN was dropped in earlier this morning, about right here, maybe a little bit higher. CMS, a beautiful chart here in CMS. Okay, this is an electric power generation company. They all look pretty good. Here's a look at Duke. If they can get Bub, but CMS looks the best, and so that's the one I went with. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yes, the I. Thank you, Dave. You're exactly right. And if you have the software, Jamie Lee, we do have a channel. It's called the TI Trader's Eye. Best thing to do is pull up a doc channel. I don't think it's in the main channel bar, but if you go to new and you pull up the docked channel bar, okay, and then once you do that, you just go find the TI Trader's Eye, and you will see typically I threw them in there today just so I could watch, see how the races are working. And uh, but I still haven't decided how I'm going to do that, because honestly, for new traders, I think I don't want people to misinterpret this as we think all these stocks are strong and are going to go. These are just kind of a watch list, and you can see some of these did not work. Um, you know, there's some that that looked good, but they just didn't work today. So I take this along with other things I look at. I can always add something to it, and then I drop these in. And so far, I did pretty good today, picking the ones that were doing well. You're welcome, Jamie Lee. All right. Take a look at revenue growth fishing, see if anything's to my liking. That doesn't look bad. I don't. I won't be calling them like biotechs, but it's a nice looking chart there. Earnings the other day doesn't do a whole lot of volume, but see, this is an idea of a chart that that I'll definitely get interested in. Like when I talk about bottom fishing, I'd like to see some sort of basing pattern, and you got a nice basing pattern here. And what do you have here is a beautiful little wedge. Okay, when I say wedge, so not only has it been basing now for about 6 weeks, you have a nice little wedge here that it's trying to break out of. And it theoretically, it just not theoretically, but actually it just did. And not only that, you got it right above your two moving averages. Now, this is a biotech, so enter at your own risk. I think it's a biotech. Yeah. But yeah, this is not doing any volume. I don't know why that's showing relative volume. I got to talk to these guys. And now I'm on a dev version. You guys shouldn't be seeing the same kind of issue, but this is wacky. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and mark this up right here and put this in my build testing so I don't forget. We'll have to ask Barry when he gets back in here if he's experiencing the same problem. All right. Now the market is trying to push higher, trying to get above that 5-day moving average. Yeah, I got maybe I have to take out. Yeah, it must be something to do with the way I have mine, but now I'm not seeing it there. Duplicate it and see if it happens. Well, let me try that then. Let's see. Nah, still seeing an issue. I'll have to work on that later. Yeah, sometimes it's up in the corner and sometimes it's not. And sometimes it's in both. Wacky. Okay, let me do this. Save it default. Michael's got an idea. Let me save as default and spawn another one, see what happens. Ah, please, please work. Nice. Please. Ah, finally. Now I gotta remember to save my layout. But I got too much crap open that I don't normally have on here. All right, guys, I got about 7 more minutes. So if you do have any questions, let me have it. For solar, still flirting around up there with highs. What's this high over here? 75.68. So yeah, having trouble with that level.
Andrew,
Hey, Barry, how are you,
here I
buddy?
am. I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing
Now,
good.
what's going on with that single stock window? When I see it, it looks like it's truncating some of your
Yeah,
values. And is that,
yeah. Well,
and
I think Michael finally had a good idea. But yeah, look, do you see what it shutters there?
yeah. Well, I even see, but I'm looking at relative volume as an example, and I see just the bottom half of the zero. And you see what I'm seeing anyway. Maybe not on your end. That's not what you're seeing. But in relative volume, the number is not clear. I can tell it's probably 0.60,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you're
Oh,
seeing on
and
your
see
end.
now, and see here, it puts two of them up there, and they're different values on some of these.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
it's really wacky. So I guess I'm just gonna have to rebuild it or something. I just tried. I
Well,
thought I had it
the
fixed. Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing to me, Andy, is that I have never put the relative volume as a filter, as a column.
because that relative volume and look, they should be the same. I get it.
I didn't have them, and somehow it put it in there itself. I never had it.
Oh, I see.
I've always used the one, but let me see if I can take that out. And
Yeah, it's got to be showing up as a column.
yep.
And just get rid of it.
Wait, selected.
I don't see it. Squinting. But I
Yeah.
don't see it there. I don't see it there as a column. That is a bug.
That is a bug.
I've never had that. I've never had that. I know you guys have talked about that in the past, but I have never had that. Let me give you mine. Let me give you mine. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Okay, so here's mine. Okay, there's my single stock window. See what happens when you load that one.
Wait, where did you put it?
In the chat. Can you not see
Oh,
it?
okay,
Right,
got it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't know if you was going to stick it in our chat.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. I'm really interested to see what happens when you get it.
Mm-hmm.
No. Man, you've got some kind of weird action going on.
Oh, no, there it is.
Or you have.
Oh, you sent me the whole docking window. Okay.
Oh, I didn't think I did. I'm so sorry.
That's
I
okay.
forgot it was in a doc.
I can always just duplicate it
Yeah,
in free floating.
yeah. So
Let's
that
see.
looks right.
Yeah, let me
You
just make
can,
sure and go through.
of course, those are my columns, but
Oh, well, I know, and you know how difficult it is to build these columns to get
oh,
them
I know
aligned
it's.
like you want,
I
But you know
know
what? That's what I'm gonna have to do. I just gotta maybe just an old. Yeah, this looks like it's working just fine, and
Yeah,
it's not flashing and going through the motions that this other one is.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'll do, Barry. I'll just take yours and get the stuff on in there that I need and uh, go
Well,
at it.
mine is the best though.
Yours is what?
Mine is the best.
It is.
It is. No, but yeah, that's really interesting how that was happening for you.
Yeah, and it's been doing a while. And you know what? I sent it over to the dev guys, and they could not figure it out. So I guess mine is maybe just an old single stock window that it's time for a refresh. Yeah,
Completely corrupted. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Well, great, man.
Well, I'm looking at the SPY, and you know
They're
what?
trying to get a little rally going here, aren't they?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
may have. We've actually now, what time is it? 12:58. So we've got another 2 minutes for that last candle to close, and that
Mm-hmm.
will be three in a row. And it's
Mm-hmm.
getting bigger. So we might have a nice little rally. I'd love that. Get some of
Yeah,
these
so would I. And
reversals to work. And
yep,
yeah,
we're popping above the 10 moving average and the 5-day moving average there. So yeah, looking interesting. I can see us putting out a perfect little doji inside bar going into the weekend.
yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Okay, well, I'm
But
going to keep an eye on
I
that.
wouldn't mind the rally.
No. Well, look at yesterday. I mean, you bring up yesterday's SPY on the 15. I mean, that was awesome from
It
10:30
was.
on.
It
I mean,
was.
that was just, we had so
Just
many great plays in the room just on the
hmm.
gap down in reversals
Yep.
or just gap and go or just strong stocks moving higher. I mean, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it was good. And you can see that this is why I was telling the guys this is why I like the 5-day moving average. Look where it got a hold of that day. I mean, yesterday
mhm.
morning, just
Oh,
right
yeah,
at it,
right,
boy. Just
right.
boom, boom.
Like,
Tried to go below it, could not close below it. Yeah.
it's like voodoo.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Andy, if you want to
Uh,
take off, have a nice
all right,
weekend and
man. I
all.
appreciate it, buddy. And yeah, you have a great weekend too. You got any plans for this weekend? Just gonna
Nope.
chill.
Just chill. Exactly. Just chill.
All right, man. I'm gonna do the same.
Okay.
I
So
got
we'll probably talk
my
to you on
wife
Monday.
and daughter out of town. They're in
Yeah, I read
San
that.
Diego. Yeah, so I'm uh, home alone. So
You can watch
and
all the sports
sports
you
and
want, all the
cigars and do
sports.
all the kind of things I can't do.
Yeah. Yeah. The 24-hour sports, 24-hour horror movies,
Yeah,
24-hour whatever, action movies, whatever you
exactly.
want.
We're getting that time
Okay.
of year though. There's not a whole lot of sport. We do have the NBA finals, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Not
guess you're not into hockey, so I guess that's not you're not. But baseball, I mean, there's
Oh, yeah,
baseball.
that's true. Yeah, I like baseball. Yeah, I like baseball.
I'm getting back into baseball, because
Are you?
I hadn't watched baseball for probably 20 years, a whole game. And last year I kind of got into the Blue Jays and following them. Just an exciting, fun team.
Yeah.
And started getting back into it and the relaxation of watching a baseball game. That's
Oh,
what I
yeah.
really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Not tremendous. You can do a couple other things at the same time, glance up, hear the
Yep.
patter, all the statistics. I just find it a very relaxing sport to watch.
It is. It is. I've been in with a group of friends, about 12 guys. Been in a fantasy baseball league for 20
Oh, really?
years, man. And
Oh,
it's
my.
yeah, it's actually pretty fun, man, because
I
every
bet.
week's a new game. Yeah, it's not like football where
Yeah,
one guy
exactly.
your running back gets hurt and you're ruined.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
done. You're a quarterback. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh man, we should be on Sports Talk Radio. Okay,
There we go.
Andy.
All right. Take care, Barry.
Okay, we'll talk to you
Have a
later.
good one,
Bye.
buddy. Uh-huh.
You too. All right, guys, you can hear me in YouTube now. I'm going to get back into the main room. You guys can hear me now in the main room. And let me get my music going, and we're set to go. So yeah, look at the SPY, guys. SPY is actually having a nice little 1 hour move. A 1 hour move. So we might see, that's why I put that STNE, well, it's already gone, but the STNE, following the SPY, just following what the SPY is doing. So now, depending on how much further this can happen, we might see some of those ones that were beaten up early on, not for any reason other than the fact that the market was moving down. We might get some nice reversals. And I'm still continuing to watch the RPTX as it, bases over that 1250. And I want to see if, later on, you never know, later on, might catch a bid, get some volume coming in, just need some volume and maybe pop it through 13 and who knows from there. Yeah, I'm looking at look at path now. This could be an interesting one, guys. Assuming this bounce continues on the SPY, look at path. Look at what's happening with path, PATH, coming off that 19 area. Little move. It was very, very strong yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. Obviously did not continue. I guess you can call it the market did not allow it to continue. But remember, it was very strong yesterday on earnings. So if the market keeps doing this, we might get a nice little move on path. The highs up here are on 975. So that is one to, perhaps take a look at, PATH. Take a look at CHPT that Zach is talking about. CHPT. So this is, well, that's last week's earnings, I guess. Okay, May 31st. Updated view. Okay, did they do a Oh, I see. I was wondering maybe they came up with newer guidance or something. Man, will we get a day like yesterday? Maybe starting just a little bit later, 12:15. Yesterday's move started at 10:30. So this is the 12:15 candle. It'd be awesome if we can get some kind of a charge, late day charge, afternoon charge into the market. Got a lot of these bounce plays starting to work. All we need are some from Zach's scanner. I see NVAX, now that the alert was here and it moved down further, but let's take a look at some of the other ones. Oh yeah, Joe, that would be my dream job. None of this stock stuff. All right, guys, what am I looking at? I'm just looking at some, again, that path looks really good. As long as the market keeps doing this path looks really good, PATH. Not just because it's bouncing like it is with the market, but mainly because of yesterday. I mean, had a great day yesterday on earnings, so that's still in play in terms of, the reason why it popped up yesterday. Hmm. All right, guys, we can look at some of the AI alerts. Interesting. POR is one of the AI alerts, and I noticed this morning that Goldman put had an upgrade on POR. Not that it's done, tremendously, but Veru. Okay, I'm assuming for a, excuse me, a short. It's not, I don't see it on your topping play scan, but that's okay. Who knows on the SIGA, guys? I mean, maybe the SIGA, I mean, it's doing not a bad job at basing around this area. I mean, if it can take out 12 again, it may have another run. I'd still like to know if there was any specific reason for that big candle other than, you know what, I want to sell it. But hard to know sometimes why these things happen when you don't see any news. Another one that is bouncing well, hope this is not a big a topping tail here, last 15 minutes SPY candle, but AMLX is bouncing a bit, but I really think it needs, it's going to need market help. It's had too big of a sell-off, I think. But AMLX is bouncing, nice consolidation on the 15s. Let's not see a big topping tail on the SPY. Time is it? There's another 3.5 minutes to close approximately for that candle to close. I mean, that's a great break on the 15s right there for AMLX. But can the market sustain this? Doesn't have to keep moving, higher and higher and higher. Just don't have a red bar form after this one. Hmm. Okay, what time is it? We have another minute, a little over a minute for this candle to close. A little bit of an ominous topping tail, a little bit of one. The next candle will really tell the tale probably. Yeah, I was going to say, do we have somebody famous in the room other than Real and Zach and William? Oh man, if I leave Vicky out, she's going to have a fit. And Vicky? Oh, well, that's a rags to riches story, Zach. That's the classic. Well, path didn't work. I basically stopped myself out for a little loss, PATH, a little bit of a loss on it. I might take a look at it again if it takes out 19, the 19 level. I see it did, Real's going to tell me it hit the top of a channel or something. I just thought, well, but it's, unfortunately too many of these are now, they're following the market too closely. Too closely. Of course, all bets may be off on the SIGA if it takes this out right down here, 1130, well, maybe a little lower, 1125 or so. Takes that out. That's the low of the day. The next low looking left is 1042, so it would have some room, a little less than $1. There we go. There's their document. Yeah, what the company should do, of course, come up with some kind of a statement to try to refute any negative. Oh, look at that. That's too bad, guys. Look at this red candle here. This might be over. Whew, hope I caught that sneeze in time. I think I did. Yeah, look at this red candle, guys. This is not good. Especially if it gets bigger, like wider and wider, and just wipes out that last hour. Yeah, I know you're from the Zach scan. So the first alert came at 22:57, so it's basically a little bit below that now. Okay, just checking to see how many of these are just tracking the market. When I say how many of these, interesting, path is actually moving higher now, even though that is getting to be a bit of a giant red candle on the SPY. I see crude, yeah, Brent is up around 119. So it's had a bit of a pop. So the oil play should still be pretty good. Energy play should be still pretty good. Things just seem stuck. Just kind of stuck a little bit. You know what I mean? They're just, at least what I'm watching. Come on, WB. I like that. I like that last projection of 22. I'm in this one. WB. I was saying it seemed kind of stuck. So again, from Zach Scan, so you can see right there, there was the first alert at 2257. The second one was at 2269. Remember, these are topping plays. And did not get another alert up here. But the minute it broke 2257, that's what got me interested. No idea where it's going. It probably has to, we need market help. Harley Davidson, haven't seen Harley for a while. HOG. Yeah, pop, drop. So far, anyway. Boy, oh boy, it's hard to sustain these moves. Is it under $1 also? I know you've been showing it. No, actually, no, not under $1. That's a nice pop. Super low, 3 million. Decent volume. Most of the volume came here and no move. No move at all. Look at the volume that came in and no move at all. And now look at it go. And our buddies at Wainwright reiterating their buy rating. I don't see a price target. But that was on really low volume. Wow. I mean, that's, I mean, look at this, really low. Now, granted, it's kind of skewed because, it's comparing, compared to this, which was all the volume of the day mainly. 500,000 shares were right here. So this from here, from 1144 to now, has only been about 80,000 shares. I keep looking to see if it's been halted, but I don't see that it's been halted. Not halted. Spread's terrible. 46.65. It is not halted. Yeah, I mean, look at this again, guys. There's that 782. Sorry, 791 is the high. It hasn't triggered. I've been thinking, well, maybe next week if it takes out 8, might do it today. IOVA may do it today. And then you look at that massive potential fill here. I'm never saying it's going to get up to 1578, but you like to see that sort of room for a stock to move. That's what it's all about. NVAC or NVAX, William? Really, I sort of remember. I do recognize the symbol, John. I do recognize it, but I don't recall that day. I'm sure we were in the room. Well, we were in the room 2 years ago. I don't recall it happening. So you're talking about NVAX, not NVAC, William. Just so people know, 44.69 is the VWAP, and here it is, 43.25. So what is it? About $1.30 away. Not loving the Weibo. It's just not moving. That's what I mean. It's just not moving. Yeah. Out of the Weibo for a small loss. Just don't like it. I wanted a big collapse. Didn't get it. But when I say a small loss, because I'm managing I have a stop. I got out way before my stop, but just not liking the way this market is trading. So the next high looking left for this GLSI is 891. You know, I mean, again, the volume is just not there. That's one reason why I wasn't getting any alerts. I had my sound toggle off. Where were you, Pepe? You should have been telling me that. All right, SIGA, guys. SIGA now is breaking down underneath that low of the day. SIGA, S-I-G-A. Yeah, not a bad one from the AI, guys. The KISS, the KSS is not a bad one from the AI on a bounce play. 41.85, 42.78. Not quite a dollar. You never annoy me. Never. No, I can't say that for several other people in the room, but you never annoy me. Now you guys can kind of try to figure out, well, was he talking about me? All right. You know, the only thing that bothers me and bugs me, blind trader, seriously, never be shy about asking a question. Okay? That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm kidding about the bugging, but seriously, if you got questions, ask me. You know, how to get into the trading room. I mean, that's certainly not bugging me, but here it is. This is the link to get, oops, just a minute. I think yeah, I put the homepage in first. So let me, yeah, I put a double link in there, make it easy. This is the trading room. Yeah, but anybody who's sitting there saying, man, I'd like to ask the guy a question, but I don't want to bother him. There's no bother, zero bother. In fact, on days like today, you know, where I'm kind of sitting on my hands a bit, you know, it'll keep me interested. Okay, well, if I didn't have to do this, I wouldn't be here anymore, guys. I'll be honest. Ask me questions. I mean, I'm just sort of watching a few things go by, but I'm just not wanting to commit to anything. 89 bio. Okay, what are you doing? ETNB, little float, 14 million in the float. What do we have looking left? Can't see anything on the daily chart. On the monthly chart, 409 looks like the next high. Well, this one is maybe, I mean, look at this giant red candle. I don't think I really saw this one at all. The reason being is that the volume is too low, but look at this RLYB. What a giant red candle we've got here for the daily chart for RLYB. Practice, 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 Jose. I mean, I can't say, you know, use our simulator, practice trading first. I mean, that's the simplistic way of looking at it, but you know, the other thing, if you're a complete newbie, just give me a moment also. I'm just going to answer somebody in our YouTube room of Avaya. All right, so there's the VWAP, 510. So you're saying maybe it goes into the VWAP and then you short it off there. Yeah, maybe. You know, if the market continues down, you know, this is one that had a great 2 days. But yeah, might be a plan. See how it tests that VWAP and comes back down off it. So Jose, if you are, as you say, a complete newbie, then you should probably do something like this to begin with before you start to try to trade. Well, if you click on my homepage link, I just put in my homepage link and go to the education section. And then scroll down until you see back to basics. This is designed for absolutely, somebody who's brand new. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, okay? And there are, I think actually Michael said there are 30, this is all free by the way. Michael Noss at TradeIdeas put this together. I think there might be 39 videos, but whatever the number is, take the time to do it. Start off like, what is a stock? And it's as basic as you can get. Intro to charts, candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Get some basic knowledge behind you before you even attempt to trade. Okay? That's the first thing. That's what I would do as a complete newbie. Got to put some time. You've got to, oh, okay. So Nathaniel, are you referring to our chart that has this big topping tail? It didn't happen. So I don't know why our charts do that every now and then. Usually if I type in another symbol, I can get rid of it. Yeah, so that didn't happen, okay? Is that what you meant, Nathaniel, when you're looking at my SPY chart? And you saw a big topping tail up there? It didn't happen. You are more than welcome, Mr. Blind. All right, now we're sort of stuck, guys, at the SPY. We had that nice little almost an hour straight up, almost. And now we're just kind of wondering what to do, kind of rolling into the final 2.5 hours of the market. Yeah, that was really early. The ASAN. So Espen, are you talking about from Zach Scan here, these topping plays? I click on the alert. Well, for instance, the WB was 2257, the first alert. 22.69, the second alert. When it got back down underneath 22.57, I took the short. It was almost that simple. It didn't really work, but that would be the plan for me. It was still close enough to I did get up to 22.90, I think, but no alert on that. So when it came back down, and the market was helping. I mean, it was more about the market helping than anything else. And then the market, decided to put in that bottoming tail and move a little higher. So that got me out of that short. I also didn't like it because it wasn't moving. It just wasn't moving that much. I wouldn't call myself an impatient trader, but if you could just sort of tell some days are, have a completely different feel for me anyway, obviously, than others. But I'm not a huge bounce or topping player. Okay. I mean, I follow them, if I can see them early enough, if I'm not doing other things, certainly interested, but it's not, I certainly I don't dwell on it. Okay, now the market's putting in another red candle here. So anything you're in long is highly suspect. Yeah, but I don't consider myself a scalp trader. I really don't. I mean, if I get out of something, I only make a little bit or lose a little bit, that's because I don't like the way it's trading. It wasn't the design to do that. And I'm always looking for at least a reasonable expectation of making if I'm risking 20 cents to make 40 cents on the trade, a 2-to-1, a 1-for-2 risk reward. I go into every trade thinking that. Is that the outcome? Of course not. Not all the time. Of course not. But again, this would probably be a day in which I would have said, you know what, I'm not going to trade today. I mean, after the first little while, for it just didn't have the right feel for me. I would just say, I'll pack it in, don't trade. Well, typically that's why I wait a little bit, Jose. So I'm never taking anything right off the bat, like in the first 15, sometimes even the first 30 minutes. So things can tend to settle down a little bit, okay? But obviously, I mean, if a stock is moving, 20 cents every second, it's going to be almost impossible. But a lot of the stuff that I see, I have time to do a quick analysis, figure out where I'm going to put my stop. The quick analysis, how much room does it have to move on the daily chart before it hits resistance or the next high or the monthly or the weekly. So I'm doing this fairly quickly, but I've done it, a few years. So I can size up something certainly very quickly if it's at least a 1-for-2, especially, you get these big, it doesn't take take a look at Iova as an example. If I got back up to get out of here, got back up to this level right here, it's almost there. You just look left. I wouldn't even have to figure out even if my stop was 50 cents, there's still room, you're talking about something that's $8 away as an example. Now they're not all like that. That's a dramatic look, but I can usually size things up fairly quickly. But you know, if this were at, let's say, okay, if this were at $8.25 the next high, and it was really moving quickly, you know, it might be a little tougher. In other words, to determine where my stop is going to be, where it could go to, and then quickly, you know, share size. I mean, there's just some times where you just have to say, okay, you know, you win. I can't take you. Well, can it fire from there? I mean, the SIGA on that news. And that's from Benzinga. This is what, hopefully that's not fake news, right? But there is, right now, there is, excuse me, there was zero reaction to that. And so, Jose, the other thing is you have to, if you listen to Michael Noss at all, he'll always talk about a trading plan. And you might say, well, how do I know what my trading plan is? Well, yeah, as a new user, you won't know what your trading plan is. But a trading plan could be as simple as my saying, my trading plan to myself. I like to see stocks. I'm a momentum trader predominantly. So I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. That's number one. That's the style of trader that I am. You know, and then after that, what price range am I comfortable trading? What minimum volume am I comfortable with? What is the minimum relative volume that I'm comfortable with? Does the stock have to be a certain percentage up from the open or down from the open if I'm shorting it? You know, so those are ideas that I have, I didn't come up with this on my own. And what I mean is I didn't start off like that. I had no idea. You know, I mean, there are people in this room that would never trade like that. They'd much rather take a pullback, and that's absolutely fine. I tried it. It just couldn't, I don't know, I just couldn't seem to get it to work the way I wanted to. And so I just sort of stuck with momentum trading, and it seemed to work for me. So instead of being tugged in all sorts of different directions, all sorts of different trading styles, I try to concentrate on one and try to get reasonably good at it. Now, does that mean I'll never take a pullback or I'll never take, one of these bouncers or toppers? No. But, it's not my prime focus. Yeah, support and resistance. Well, again, but you see, the problem with support and resistance is your idea. Well, when I say you, I mean my idea of what I think is support or resistance could be very different from other people. So, but yes. So if I get into a trade, for instance, I'll use the simple. If I got into a trade at $10 and I took the trade, and at $9.90 there was what I consider a lot of support, a lot of action at that price, so that that should be maybe a good support areas. So it's 10 cents away. So now, what would get me to take the trade? Well, if I look on top, above that $10 mark, if I saw a lot of resistance, in my opinion, what I would consider resistance, say at 10.10, a dime away, I would never take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. But if I looked at it, again, how I size up a chart, and I saw, boy, I think it's got room to go to say 10 to 1040, 1050. In other words, maybe risking 10 cents to make 40 or 50 cents, I'll take the trade. So no action at all. I wonder how old that news is, Zach. No action at all. You would think there'd be a little more action on that. I know it's coming in Benzinga at 1341, and you got it probably around the same time, but I don't know. And I don't see any action on the TNXP either. And BCRX is maybe a bird flu play, maybe. And absolutely, absolutely not trying to equate the two. But remember when COVID first started? Ah, there are 10 cases here. It's not going to last. When I say here, I mean, you know what I mean. So then you look back on it and go, wow. All right, guys. I truly am watching the SIGA. The other thing too, Jose, is I mean, we've got a lot of scans here. You know, I mean, I share a lot of my scans, but you can also go to the toolbar, click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based layouts, you know, so you can kind of take a look at some of these scans that we've built. You know, there are different styles in here also. So, you know, maybe get an idea about the types of scans that we've created here. But my best recommendation would be to use our simulator and practice trading. You know, it uses our real-time data and just practice trading. Trying to see, you know, something that might look good to you, take the trade and see what happens. Okay, SIGA, SIGA is trying to make a little bit of a move here, little bit of a move. I think it really, if it's going to get rolling, is going to take out that 1170 right up in this area here. And you'd like to see some volume, maybe. No, there was some volume that came in here, but you know, it just isn't popping enough. Well, now, yeah, Viru, I mean, there's the high over here is 1514, so it still has a little bit of run to that 15 level if it wants to. Yeah, sign up for the webinars, the evening webinars, and at noon Eastern time. You know, one of the other, I mean, I have a certain take on the market, the way I trade, but the other traders are very different from me. So between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, there's a different trader Monday to Friday. You can head over there, different trading styles, try to figure out what makes sense to you. I mean, here's another one, the IMUX. I mean, imagine if it took out, I doubt if it's going to do it today, but the 389 right there, then you look left and what do we see? 616 or so, right? 625 is the next high. I mean, if it can somehow, after getting hammered, I can't remember what happened with this one. I think it was negative data. It's a bio. And if somehow it takes this out, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to get all the way up to 6 for it to be a profitable trade. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. Is Veru is not a monkeypox play, is it? I haven't seen that as a monkeypox play. No, prostate. 2 p.m. CBS interview. Let's see. Well, is it popping ahead of time? Efoy, is it popping ahead of time? Not really. Well, I'll keep it on here to see what happens with this interview. Okay, so somebody said there's an interview on CBS, I guess maybe a CBS News or whatever, for EFOI, EFOI at 2 p.m., which is basically right now or a minute from now. No, whether it starts right at 2 o'clock, I don't know. That's the chatter, okay? So man, I mean, I'm just looking at my thumbnail charts. They're just sort of just sitting there, not doing anything. So I guess it was multiple insider purchases. It wasn't just so the general counsel. So he's actually the interim CEO. Well, come on, 1,000 shares at 644. Okay, well, good. I'm sure Zach probably bought that amount today, or more. 10,000, 20,000. Okay, okay. Showing a little bit of confidence, I suppose, in the company for what it's worth. Interactive Brokers, KH, Interactive Brokers. The new, I use them. Well, whether it catches, I mean, I don't know how quickly those sort of ones move, Blue Moon, but I mean, you can probably try the volume 1 minute. So if you right click on an alert window, configure, search, type in volume. Type it right, I'm sure it'll come up. There you go, volume. So for instance, volume 1 minute. So this is comparing it to previous 1 minute volume bars. So if you put some, big number, 1,000%, 1,500%, you should see a big pop in volume, and usually that'll accompany a pop in price. Okay. So as far as the Ultra Pro, those two symbols, you would just create however you want to monitor it, and then just create a little symbol list with those two in it and attach it to the alert window or the top list window, how you want to monitor it. Does that make sense? But that would be the filter. I would probably start off with that. I have never really used the alert version of it, the 1 minute volume spike. I've never used that one. I don't know how that one would work. And then you put some kind of a ratio in here. The higher the ratio means the higher that volume spike. So you can try that. Does that make sense? But I would probably start off with the volume 1 minute as a filter and put some big number in. Yeah, I just look at the SPY, of course, but yeah, if all of a sudden you see a pop in either of those two, sure. But I would try that, the volume 1 minute, put a big number in. For instance, in the momentum, in this momentum scanner right here, the alert window, you'll notice that if I click on configure, this is the momentum, okay? The volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So these are the key ones. Everything else, you can decide on a price range, but if you're talking just those two cues, then you would just create a symbol list, with those in it. And then, you have to create the list and then move it over to this section over here. And then you would say only the following lists and check it. Assuming you have a symbol list with those two symbols in it, and then check it. And then that alert window would monitor just those two symbols and wait for and give you something if it has a big volume pop. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's because there's somebody in our YouTube room. So the question was, what would be the best filter and alert to quickly catch volume spikes and change in directions of both the ultra short and ultra pro? So the TQQQ and SQQQ. So I mean that, whether it's those two or any other type of volume pops, those volume filters are very powerful. So did it pop? E4? Yeah, a little bit of one, yeah. I mean, it's now above the high of a couple of days ago, at least. GLDD. Let's take a look at that. I recognize the symbol. Don't know anything about them, but let's see what they do. GLDD. That's right. Great legs, great legs, Great Lakes dredge and dock. Yeah, there's some volume coming in. So for instance, that probably, would have shown up, on a 1 minute volume pop. You know what else is showing up, guys? Is this, now this is super risky, but is this GLSI? Okay, so that's the reason why GLSI, okay. I do see that now, yes, at 1351. So that was, yeah, so I see that news now. After CEO increases his stake. Okay, put 50,000 in, okay. He's made multiple stock purchases since the beginning of the year. Well, let's put it this way, Mr. Blind Trader. What did you think? What was your imagination before all of this? Like, what did you think TradeIdeas was all about? Michael, okay. Look at AI, guys. Man, oh man. I mean, that was really the one today. If I had really been paying attention to it, I mean, this AI has been awesome. Not our AI, but this AI. And it really has traded on its own. Look at this. I mean, it had the big move, pause, kind of pause, stepping up, hasn't really been affected by what the market. Oh, you mean you didn't realize that that there was a trading room, things like that? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, it never died. Seriously. I mean, this has been a couple of pauses, but never died. AI never died. And the interesting thing for me is that it got clobbered on earnings yesterday. I mean, this was almost getting to an all-time low. It got clobbered on earnings yesterday, but it had a tremendous recovery. Actually, it was still down for the day, but it was way over the open. And now it's just continued, which is You know, you got to wonder, like, why did it get clobbered so much on earnings in the first place? It's crazy. And now it's challenging 20. See that, Zach? It's interesting. Well, I keep saying it's hard for me to believe that it's going to take out 8 today, but man, oh man, it might. It just has to. I mean, there's that high still up there, 791, and it got almost there, almost there. 784 is where it got to. Okay, so I'm assuming, blind trader, you were very excited when you typed that in. You meant to say exception, right? Or is that some kind of a Greek? Okay. That's okay. Okay, first of all, are you a premium subscriber or a standard subscriber? Or do you know? Well, okay, if you go to our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, this is what you should see. Now I've got it filtered on the profitable, but you should see a window that looks like this. If you're a premium subscriber. If you're not a premium subscriber, you don't have access to this, of course. Because I answered your question, no, that is not normal. The Love Spark Networks, LOV, on the move. Yeah, I typed it in. I did not see it. Let me just when I type in stock scanning, I see Seeking Alpha, TrendSpider, Pro 4 Trade or whatever, Benzinga, day trading, scans, Trading View. I don't see Trade Ideas when I just type in stock scanning software. I mean, maybe if I really scroll down, Warrior Trading. Yeah, maybe it's a regional thing. Well, EFOI guys, just made another new high here. EFOI. So I guess if you'd a little bit of, if you'd taken it before, I guess somebody must have talked at around 2 o'clock. If you'd have taken it before, you would have made a little bit of money in it. All right, guys, it's 2:17, so I think I'll my last spiel of the week, just a short one, just to go over what's on my homepage. The promo code that you'll find, this promo code will still be alive until 11:59 p.m. Monday, Eastern Time, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So let's just take a look at the promo that we've got going on. If you click on it, just a minute. So if you click on it, this is what you should see. Here we go. So 3 days, 12 hours, 40 minutes, 18 seconds left. Select your subscription. There is the promo code to use. Click on that and then pick whatever subscription you want. My advice, start off with a monthly. Just start off with a monthly subscription, either the standard or the premium, 118 less or 228, less the 25%. If you decide that you do want an annual and you decide within 30 days of taking it a monthly, we will honor that 25%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual because you want to get the best possible discount. Because remember, the monthly discount is only good for the first month. So, I mean, that's typically why people want an annual. Wow, EFOI, guys. I don't know if anybody took it, but boy, that is another new high here. Are you a monthly subscriber, Catahoula? Well, okay, if you are monthly, definitely, you can, if you're a current, yeah, this is for also current subscribers. If you're currently a monthly subscriber and you do want to get an annual, we'll honor that. We'll give you the 25%. So continue to support. You should know, I think, if you are if you're a monthly or an annual subscriber, but if you don't, just ask them. They'll look at your account. Okay. And then if you are a monthly subscriber, and I'm talking to somebody in YouTube, okay, asking if I'm a subscriber right now, can I get the 25%? Yes, if you're a monthly subscriber right now, yeah, if you want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor that 25% promo. So for you, Catahoula, just if you click on that link and they just explain, I think I'm a monthly, they'll look at your account and then they say, yes, you are, and say, okay, I'd like to upgrade to an annual, and they'll give you the 25%, okay? Okay, then go ahead and click on that support at Trade-Ideas. So that's anybody else, any current subscriber. If you are currently a monthly subscriber, and you do want to upgrade, I don't even want to call it an upgrade. You just want to take out go from being a monthly to an annual. Then go to support a trade. Sorry, forget that one. Can I delete that? Yes. So go to support at trade-ideas.com. Let me put in the other one too. Okay, so go to support at trade-ideas.com and just give them your email address so they can look up your account and just say, hey, I'd like to take advantage of that 25%. I'd like to go from being a monthly to an annual subscriber. Okay, and they'll do it. By the way, Shady, you have not contacted Michael, have you? Just want to confirm that. Boy, oh boy, guys, GLSI. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. All that volume that came in, and it's still not a lot of volume. I mean, that volume right there was 500,000. So 160,000 has come in since 11:30, but it's just popped this stock. You're a new, when you say, Sam, when you say you're new, you mean you don't have the program yet? Have to explain a little bit more when you say I am new. How does it, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It means you have so you have to tell me when you say you're new to Trade Ideas, you have a subscription, you might maybe upgrade to look at SIGA, guys, sorry. Look at SIGA, S-I-G-A. So I just need a little more information, Sam, okay? Look at SIGA, look at a little move here. Also, RPTX is actually putting in a little bit of a move. And we're getting some volume, a little bit of volume. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm, just in case you had sent something, because he's saying he hasn't received, he received something from Vicky today. I have nothing from you yet, Zach, and nothing from Shade or anybody else. So, hey, take advantage of it, guys. He's willing to, as long as you have specific filters and values, he'll look at creating it. And this is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So what I'm talking about, he created all of these. If you click on new and then click on Market Explorer and right click, oops, and then right click and hover over that, he created all of these. Don't even know if this produced anything today. I'm not sure this was working. Yeah, Jamie, well, he loves that sort of stuff. He's He loves to dive in and create these programs or scans. So maybe Sam didn't hear me. Sam, in our YouTube room, Sam, can you hear me? So KH, are you talking about in our channel bar? You mean the scans that we have created, or my scans also? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. How did I go to the site with the scans? Are you talking about when I clicked on new from our toolbar, and then I clicked on docked channel bar? And then here are the channels, the theme-based channels. And every one of these theme-based channels has some scans in it. Like if I click on the momentum channel, so this is a momentum layout. And here are the scans in here. Is that what you're talking about? The other ones. Okay. I know what you mean now. So go to, okay, from our toolbar, again, only available on the downloadable application, okay? Not available if you're using our web-based version. So click on new from the toolbar, and then click on, where are you? Click on Market Explorer. Okay. And here, and then you right click, and you'll see server window, hover over server window, and here are all the ones that he's created, Michael has created. Okay. A lot of them are for swing trades. Okay, you're not a subscriber now. Okay, so how does it work? Well, okay, so KH, did that help you? New from our toolbar. Okay. Okay, Sam, so, well, all you have to do is just figure out what you want. So there's the promo code. Okay, so if you click on the promo code link that I just put in, this is what you're going to see. And so you'll get 25% off, 25% off, and you just pick your subscription. And what I would do, because you're brand new, don't take out an annual subscription. You know, this is a toggle. Just toggle it over to monthly. You can start off with a standard $118 a month, less the 25%, or the premium. The premium, you know, will give you access to the AI. But you know what? If you're just brand new, you know, you can probably start off with the standard. And so you'll get 25% off that first month. If you decide that you love the program and you do it within 30 days, we will, and you want to take on an annual subscription, we'll honor the 25%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward, okay? So, I mean, it's really that simple. How does it work? So on a monthly subscription, it's not a contract. You know, it's just month to month. If at the end of the first month, you don't want it, you just let us know and that's it. But why I'm saying don't take out an annual to start off with, there's no need to. You'll get the 25% off the first month. And then you can make up your mind. But also taking out an annual, you know, we get people that don't really know what they're getting into. And so maybe after a couple of months, they say, man, this is too hard for me, or I don't like it. I want my money back. You won't get it. Okay. Then you have to look at the terms and conditions. So that's why I'm saying, make sure you want the program. Not just to you, Sam, but anybody else. Okay, does that explain it? Does that explain it, in a coherent way? If you have more questions, just ask me, okay? That's why I'm here. I mean, that would be the idea, Pepe, okay? I mean, obviously, but there's so few people who really have any idea what they want, okay? I mean, Zach had an idea, Shady's got an idea, Vicky's got 1,000 ideas, so I don't mind having those people send him what they're looking for, okay? But yeah, the idea though, in theory, will be, as he called it, the hive, to try to get some kind of a collective idea about what sort of a scan you guys will be looking at. Yeah, so Sam, I don't know, can you hear me? Because yes, try the month first. Try the month first, okay? You can try a standard monthly first, and if you like it, you can just maintain a monthly subscription, as long as you know that you only get the 25% discount off the first month. Or if you really love it and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so. You do it within 30 days, you can do so. So I would try a month first, yes, see if you like it. So yeah, I mean, the plan, this is what's going to happen. On Tuesdays, Michael's in our YouTube room. So what'll happen is, I think he's going to devote a lot of time to, and I'm going to send people over to YouTube, and you can chat with him right there. And you can say, how about this type of a scan? How about this type of a scan? And yeah, a collective. Obviously, you can't have 1,000 different scans. Okay. So even in this room, though, I mean, if some of you guys get together in the off topic, and say, throw around some ideas of what you'd like to see, understanding that it is not customizable. It'll be customizable a little bit in the future, in which you'll be able, but right now, no. But in the future, in which you'll be able to at least probably determine a price range you want, a minimum volume, and probably a relative volume. Okay, and then that would be it. My answer, yeah, I don't know if you're kidding, Vicky. Well, okay. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's somebody in here. But how many questions in this room do we get about auto trading? I can go weeks and months almost without any question about auto trading. Well, I don't think anybody in this room has probably done what you're looking for. Look at SIGA, guys, SIGA. This is starting to get exciting. I mean, listen, you put the question out there. If somebody has, maybe they'll say yes. Guys, the SIGA now is starting to run a bit here. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, that's for sure. 2:35. So yeah, I mean, the room will be open till 3:30, and then I will shut down the main room, and then Chris will take over in our YouTube room, and he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll probably put myself on mute at around 3, but I'll be here. So if I have to, I'll get on the mic. I'll answer any questions that come in. No. I'm answering you, Vicky. Well, I mean, Michael, but even Michael doesn't auto trade completely. I mean, he may auto trade some entries, but he'll manage the exits completely on his own. He will not. And that would be the only person who would do anything like that. Nobody else does it. Got to look left on this GLSI just to kind of see where it could stall. I mean, the next man, I mean, it's got a shot to 10, believe it or not. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 10, 999. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it is basically taken all of this out today, all of this, a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks worth. Well, figure it out, blue collar. I mean, it has to be something that he can create. Just like I'm saying, when I say create, it has to be something like any other scan, probably with a price range, with a minimum volume, other things that you want to see, and it has to be defined specifically. And then with some kind of a trigger. Okay, it has to be just like the scan. You say, this is what I want. This is what I want, Here's my price range. And now the problem with the price range probably is that your price range, and I'm just using you as an example, we might want to make the price range a little more flexible. But again, you see if you look at our RBI and GBIs, see, there is a little bit of customization you can do with the price range, the minimum volume, even the 5-day daily average, and the minimum volume percent. So there is a little bit of customization you can do, and that's what I think is going to happen with the Market Explorer. Okay, with all those ones that I showed you, you'll be able to eventually do something like this at least. You talk about a retracement also, and a long time ago, and I mean a long time ago, I fiddled around with this. Should ask the question. Anybody use these? This gap down reversal, gap up reversal, false gap up retracement, false gap down retracement. Has anybody ever tried these? I tried these a long, long time ago. I should probably maybe revisit it because, this was probably back in 2011 or 12 when I first started with the program. I have no idea how well they work. So I'm just wondering, does anybody in this room, either room, have a scan using any of these ones, which are alerts? These are real-time alerts. No, it's not the same as no. It's no, not at all. I mean, you could get some similarities, But no, and especially, with the percentage of the gap filled, things like that. The similarities would be this. I mean, a gap up reversal, obviously a gap up and then reverse. The thing is, you get a real-time alert here. And for this one to trigger, you might get the alert sooner in using the other alert. Whereas here, stock has to make a new low. Okay. So in other words, on that other one, the real-time alert would be the real-time alert would be the gap up and start, so it doesn't have to be making a new low before I would see it. RSI is only a filter, yes. There is no alert. There is no RSI alert. In other words, there is no alert that says, tell me when the RSI crosses 50 or something like that. No. He may have added it because he didn't get any. Let me just see. He may have added it as a chart indicator. Let's see. Yeah, money flow index. So he's added it as a chart indicator. Okay, not as a scan. He's going to build his own. If you guys don't come up with anything for him, he's going to build his own. But there it is, the money flow index. I have no idea what it would look like. But you can customize it, of course, right in on the chart. You can customize the money flow index right on the chart. So would most people use it in the chart or in a new area? I have no idea. Let me put it in the chart. I mean, haven't got a clue what it would even look like. And I have no idea the periods, but I'll just add it. I just want to see what it looks like. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'll play around with it on the weekend. In a new area? Okay, thank you. A new area. Okay, let me just take a big chart and just for fun, see what it looks like. Okay, so let me shrink this down a little. All right, money flow. So what would you, and what time frame would you, okay, new chart area, 20 period. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to add it. Okay. So there it is here. Now, what time frame would be a good time frame? Okay, let's go 2 minute. Okay, so what I'm seeing here, so I mean, again, this is after the fact. So what I'm seeing here, a big spike, which of course corresponds to this. And so what are you saying here? Are you saying when you start to see something like this? I mean, it looks obvious now. It looks obvious now, but you know, you're short. I mean, this is after the fact though. How do I know that right there I should start to short as an example? You know, I mean, right here, Iowa. But how do I know it's going to do this? I mean, I mean, I understand we can't possibly know that this is going to happen. I mean, if it takes out this little high there, well, I know. I mean, that's what I understand. So how do you use it? That's my question. Is that so? You know, after the fact, you can see it. You can see what happens. But how do we know? To get the odds in your favor that a move like this might be coming. I guess that's the point. Of course, is it going to be 100%? Of course not. Like anything. Yeah, I know. I see what I'm seeing after the fact, but this Tila. So, but on this particular, okay, so here are the values. Okay, so at least now I understand what these values mean. Okay. So I guess the thing is, if you click on an alert and you see, you know, let's find one that's really oversold or something. I mean, we'd have to find one that's really oversold. This is kind of fun. Okay, so well, I looked at Tila, okay, on the 2 minute just for fun. There it is at 20. Okay, so in theory, you know, this is maybe setting up for a bounce. In theory. Well, guys, I'm telling you, you got Michael's MNOS. Ask him. You know, I don't want to be the intermediary necessarily. You know, and because he might say something to me and I'm going to have to try to explain it, and maybe I explain it incorrectly. Ask him. He just added this today, so yeah. So this doesn't tell me anything. I mean, if this got up to 70, thinking, yeah, so this didn't move at all. In this case, in this particular case, you know, I'd be expecting a big move here, but nothing really happened. But again, you know, yeah, it was under 20, but so so what you're okay, so with this continuing like this, the theory would be that eventually this will bounce. Eventually. I mean, obviously it hasn't bounced yet. Well, that wouldn't be bad. I mean, if you think about it, then you're maybe able to, I mean, if that's the way it would work, you're able to see something before it actually happens a little bit. A little bit. If this is telling you that this should bounce and it hasn't yet, that's it. I'm all in. I'm taking this at 9:31. I'm all in. 9:32. Okay. Same. Good. Let's see what he let's see what happens. Tank. Yeah. I if I were ever going to use this, the lowest would have to be a 2-minute chart. But I even want to just see what it looks like on a 5. I mean, anyway, if we get a scan, if you guys give him the parameters that you're looking for in a scan, let's see what happens. All right, guys, it's getting close. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. I'll probably put myself on mute now. But again, don't worry. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. But so both rooms will be open until 3:30. Then I'll shut the main room down, and then Chris Varley will take over in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. YouTube Catahoula. I gotta type that in. I know I asked you that before. What the heck is a Catahoula? Ah, leopard dog. Multi-purpose farm dog. I see the picture right now. From Catahoula Parish in Louisiana. Yeah. The state dog of Louisiana, 1979. Wow. Very majestic looking. Yeah, very, very, very proud looking pictures I'm seeing here. That's a great picture. Here I am. Okay, I will put myself on mute now. I believe you. All right, if it worked like this all the time, I'm in. Look at this, yeah. It was interesting. There was rising, 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 didn't do anything, and then maybe that's just telling you, hey, a bounce is imminent. Yeah, I don't know. And that's on the NUTX. Wow. I mean, that's a huge bounce, 930 to 970. Has that been your secret sauce all along? Sorry, guys, I'm having a bite to eat. Sorry about that. Just a minute. So Zach, I do need some feedback on this. Was I correct in looking, when Vicky told me to take a look at the NUTX? Okay. So when we saw the NTUX, it was doing this, and this was rising, rising, rising with no pop. Is this sort of suggesting that the pop will happen? I mean, obviously nothing is 100%, but if you had seen this, would you have said, you know what, this pop is going to happen? Or would you have said, well, we're getting it oversold up here? I'm trying to figure out how you would have interpreted this, because my goodness, look at that pop. I mean, look at it. I mean, that's unbelievable, from 930 all the way up to 980 in what, 8 minutes? So is that what you have looked at? You would have seen, this is rising and yet it is not moving. I think it's going to. This is preparing us for a pop. Is that how you're thinking, or is this just a coincidence? Okay, but what? Okay, yes, I get that. It's the 20. It's the 20. It's underneath the 20, and now it's starting to rise, but yet it was not moving. How would you have interpreted that? Would you have said, okay, it's crossed the 20, it hasn't moved yet, I'm going to take it? And then you would have, what? You would have waited. I mean, I would have waited for this pop. I mean, it would be awesome if something like this could lead to, when it hasn't. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me when you see all of a sudden huge volume in a candle, and yet no change in price, and you think, somebody knows something. Now, it could be a cross, an arranged cross, or does somebody know something? And, somehow they're able to get in at a huge, huge amount without affecting the price. So, so the way I can see, like, a scan that you want is, you want to see when the MFI, you want to get an alert, I guess, when the MFI crosses 20 on the way up, and an alert when the MFI crosses 80 on the way down. Is that sort of the gist of it? With other filters, of course, or 85. I mean, is that the gist of it? But if I said to Michael, build the scan using the MFI, and we want a real-time alert when the MFI crosses 20 on the way up, or minus 15. Okay, I mean, whatever that number is going to be. So give us a real-time alert, or do you want the alert to tell you when it hits 15, and then you can. Well, you can. Okay, understand, at this point you can't adjust it. I mean, it. So if you said 15 and 85 right now, and then just need to filter. Filter is a. So in other words, you'd like to see all stocks, as an example, that are at 15. Yeah, I see that. That's the issue, though, Zach. Right now, the way it's structured is that you'd have to. But we could use you. We could use you as the guinea pig, okay, for the price range and the volume and things like that. I mean, that's all he's looking for. it can always be adjusted later. I mean, nothing is 100% set in stone. So if all of a sudden you thought, you know what, I don't like this price range anymore, or maybe the stock has to be up 2% or down 2% from the open or something like that, add in a filter, maybe change the volume. I mean, whatever you give to him doesn't mean that is the final version, but it's a starting point. And then when it's created, then you can sort of start to see the type of alerts you're getting from it. It will have to be on an alert basis, but the filter, like I'm not sure. Why wouldn't you want to see, say, the MFI crossing 20 on the way up, or the MFI crossing 85 on the way down? Yeah, at this point, Zach, it's this is what I was. You probably weren't listening to me. So there will be little customization, but here are the RBI and GBIs, okay? So at least here you're able to put in a price range, a minimum volume, if you want to put an average daily volume. And what I would want him to add is, say, the relative volume. So you will have at least a price range and the minimum volume, okay? And not yet, but this is, see, for all of these right here, these are all of the customs that he has built in this Market Explorer. So when you look at this, so you have no, the 820 cross on gappers, the TI strength, the bear flags, you have no customization whatsoever. But eventually it'll look like that RBI and GBI. So when you click on it, at least you'll be able to define a price range, a minimum volume. And I suggested, whatever RSI you wanted to put in, not RSI, whatever relative volume you wanted to put in. I mean, that should be good enough. And then with the basic scan itself, that should give you probably something that's going to be good enough, as long as you can customize it a little bit to a price range volume and relative volume. But it's a work in progress. He needs a starting point. Okay. Now, Zach, you can hear me, right? Would you be surprised at a move like this for the NUTX when it crossed above the 20 and it kept rising, 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 and yet it didn't do anything until, this point here? Would you be surprised at that move? I mean, again, the fact that it didn't do anything and yet this MFI was rising, rising, rising. Oh, I see. So you answered yes to that question. Okay. So you'd be more inclined then, the minute this happened, took out that 20, I'll just use this as an example. You would have taken, with other filters in place, assuming it met the price range and minimum volume and all those other things, you would have been inclined just to take the trade. And, ultimately it would have worked, but would you have held on all through this? Okay. Well, at least we have it on the chart. I mean, that's probably what you've been doing, right? You've got it obviously on your charting program, and you've got this. So so now I'm seeing what you're seeing. Okay. All right, guys, I'll put myself back on mute, getting close to the end. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in, waiting for Chris to show up. Just put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. You'll be there within 10 minutes. Yeah, man, that RPTX is coming all the way back, guys. Not on very much volume, but it is definitely trying to come all the way back. If it tracks out through 13. Oh, actually, the volume did pick up. I didn't see that volume right there. That's a lot of volume that started it. Was that a trick question, Ryan? What time frame are you using for the MFI 2-minute chart? I'm not trying to make fun, but trying to figure out what that would mean. Ah, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense now. I mean, somebody would probably have to explain to me how different it is from RSI, but obviously it is different. I mean, I can read the definitions, I get it, but in essence, they're both trying to show oversold or overbought conditions. But, you know, Zach obviously has been using it for a long time. And he could be using, I mean, we've had RSI forever, so he could have been using RSI, but he's been using MFI, so I don't know. But it obviously has similar characteristics. Okay, just counting the seconds for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. Okay, back on mute, guys. Ah, there you are.
Sorry,
I've been counting the seconds.
I was chatting with Michael, trying to talk myself into buying this MacBook this weekend.
Oh yeah, you've been doing that for quite a while, haven't you? You're waiting for as I like what you said before. There's always another deal coming around the corner. So at what point do you finally bite the bullet?
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. And supply chain or whatever going on. There hasn't been what I specifically wanted, and now there's one that's really close. Just one of the Mac chips can only support 2 monitors. I run 3, but Michael said, "Look, you're going to have the 2 monitors plus the monitor of the MacBook. So stop crying about it and go buy it."
Right on. So you're going to do it?
Yeah, I'm going to go get it this weekend.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So I'll now officially be on Team Mac after this.
And what are you going to do? Parallels?
I'll probably just buy Parallels. Yeah, I think
Okay.
now I reached out to Amazon. They offer something with Amazon Web Services and some free account if you have Prime or something like that. I don't know how limited it is, so I'll inquire about it. But I think Parallels will probably be the long-term solution for me.
Cool. All right. I see your screen is up and running, so
I am.
I will let you go.
Sounds good, Barry.
You can let me go.
Yes, you have a wonderful weekend. I'll talk to you.
You
Monday.
too. You too. Absolutely. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Looks like a good crowd in here. 35.
All right, guys. We're just chatting with Chris in our YouTube room, so he is there.
There, Barry didn't mute. Now I got him muted. That's the beauty of this new software that we use for this. I mean, the pass back and forth is really nice, and we can actually assist each other with sharing screens and things like that and help kind of control each other if we need to or if someone goes down. Good to know, Michael. I appreciate that. Yeah, Michael Noss is, he's our resident Mac guru. And Willow, how are you? Happy Friday. And, these MacBooks, they're just so powerful now. And, doing more traveling as, life allows me to. And want to be able to take the show on the road when I need to. So I think that'll be the way to go and all that kind of stuff. So with that said, what a sloppy day, no? And, even with that sloppy day, I made another adjustment on this Bollinger Band scan. We'll see. I had the original races that I had made. I've killed one of them. For a couple of months, they were amazing. Then one of them stopped being amazing. I moved on to some other racing that I'm doing, and they seem to be working well now. So, adapt and adjust, and we move along. This this Golden Ocean here. I talked about it, had a position, and then I closed it. And I said I thought about this position. I took it on back this day here. I closed it out. I guess it was somewhere on this day. I can't remember. Yesterday, or was it the day before? I don't remember. Anyways, said the point was I was looking to try to fill this gap, and it came up, filled that gap essentially, and fell back off yesterday. Yeah, that's what it was. When it started getting wonky yesterday, I closed it out. Couldn't get back up in the gap, and we look like we're closing strong on it here. Still looks like a very nice chart. I'm not taking any of it home with me for the weekend. Going into the weekend, basically all cash. But all the same, nice looking chart considering this junk that we have going on in the SPY. I mean, again, what makes swing trading a bit harder and day trading harder or easier, depending on what you're looking for volatility, gap down, we move up, we move down, we move up, big upper shadow, move down, move up, moving down again. For some people, that's going to work great for what they're doing. For other people, obviously not. So in this world of chop and slop that we have, nimble is the game. Some things that I was watching during the day. I got to cry in my soup on this. I tried to get a fill very early, very uncharacteristic of me. But in the first probably 10 minutes, I tried to get a fill in the 430s here on HUSA. Just kind of had that look to me coming out of this here and making this base. And so it was somewhere in here, and I tried to get a fill. I didn't get the fill on the price that I wanted. I should have chased it into the 440s in hindsight. I didn't. It would have been a great trade. But I didn't get it. Looking strong on the close here. And so, well, it'll be active next week. That's for sure. We see what this thing can do. If we scroll back out, we can see the massive power this thing has with the low float, 8.83 that we're reporting here. It's got a massive short float, I'm sure, involved in this right now. So anyways, great day trading vehicle. Peter, I don't know if he's here today. He'd mentioned it the other day, and I said not something that I'm looking to swing trade necessarily, but certainly great day trading vehicle. And we see that again here today, multiple opportunities on this thing coming into the close. STNE, another solid look here out of this Bollinger Band scan again today. Once moving average is kind of caught up on this, it was just really finding itself in this channel for the rest of the day, moving sideways now, or I'll say for half the day anyways, moving sideways now, but still holding strong here into the close. Coming off that power gap on the earnings and, clearing some pretty serious resistance there and some room to run up into this level here as well. So really good stuff there. This is another chart I think people might want to take a hard look at going into next week. And again, we say these things, and a lot of it is going to depend if the market just decides to completely give it up again, which it's more than capable of doing. There'll be nowhere safe, obviously, or very few places to be safe. And if the market, kind of stays choppy and flat, some of these things that are finding some individual alpha, I think that individual alpha will continue as well. And again, being nimble, having that trading plan, being ready to exit those trades. If you're on the winning side of a trade and it looks like it's getting wobbly, exiting it early. I know it always feels terrible to leave something on the plate and it moves up without you, but believe me, it feels worse to let a winner turn to a loser than to exit a trade early and watch it leave, continue to leave without you or move without you. I'd rather do that, all day long. Exit my winners early than let a winner turn into a loser, personally. VERU. Andy had mentioned that earlier, VERU. And so, it's funny. I just made an adjustment on this Bollinger Band scan. Now, this thing has been sitting up here on this entire day on the upper band all day long, looking really solid, looking really good through this channel. And I was like, why didn't this come through my scan? And I looked at this scan on the settings, and I had a 2 for the relative volume and not even over 1 at this point here. Well, I say this point, it doesn't matter the time of the day necessarily, just we're not over 1. And so that would be why it didn't come in. So I decided I edited the scan and I took out the relative volume filter, saved it as such for my layout for now. So if anybody that's been using this scan that I've shared, might be something you want to consider is dropping that relative volume. I did 2 things actually to edit this. Exactly. Can't lose taking profit. Exactly. And look, the sayings are always going to exist, let your winners run, but we're not in a let your winners run environment, or it's not an easy environment to let your winners run. And so it's okay to take some profits early. Now, and everybody's a little different. I've been taking smaller share sizes, so it hasn't made sense for me a lot of times in my positions to sell half and let the other half run. It's just not, it's not practical to do. I don't have enough shares left over after selling half to make a difference. So it's one of those things, just get off the pot essentially and move in that sense. So, and what I mean by get off the pot is no more stirring the idea, no more stirring what's going in there. Time to move off the stove on that one and close out that position. When it's in a better environment for me, I'll take a bigger share size and I'll cut half, I'll cut a third, I'll cut, 3/4, whatever it is, and let that other part run. Because if there's, a 15, 20, 30 cent move after I cut it, well, it'll be beneficial to me. Where on those smaller share sizes, 15 cents isn't going to make a difference. So just cut the whole thing at one shot. So this is what I did in the scan today. For anybody that's been following along and has the scan I've shared with you in the past, moved So I took out the relative volume and I just put, I have a custom for 1 minute volume percent. Real easy. We've gone over customs before, these kind of easy customs. I just threw 25 minimum in there because otherwise sometimes I get in stocks that, they traded 100,000 shares on the day, but they traded all 100,000 shares in like 400,000 share lots or something like that, to get to 1 million shares traded or something like that. And then it's not trading the rest of the day. So just putting, a little something in there in that 1 minute, 1 minute volume filter, just to make sure I'm still continuing to look at active stocks throughout the day. I don't want to see stuff that isn't trading anymore, essentially. And I like it was a little better look for me today. I did that actually a couple of days ago, and then I never saved it because I was getting a lot of stocks that were coming through, especially during the middle of the day, that had traded 500,000 shares, 700,000 shares, but it did it in a couple of big lots, and it wasn't trading for the rest of the day. So the candles looked really, sporadic and gapped all over the place on intraday candles, and really isn't conducive to any sort of trading that I personally do anyways. MGY, I think everybody knows how I feel about MGY. It's near all-time highs. It's a good looking stock. It's in the right energy. It's in the right sector. It just continues, making all-time highs back here, and then breaking and making them again here, and then breaking and making them again here. And now we're breaking and making it again here. Really great overall trend in here. Maybe got a little bit ahead of itself in here. We had access to, forgive me, my mind is failing me. Trying to think of the name of the chart that I want. Anyways, it's a solid looking stock, solid looking chart. Love it. Just look at that. Look at that trend. Beautiful trend off that bottom here. Beautiful trend. I'll also throw out there from a technical standpoint with some fundamentals. You've got a short float in there. You've got that days to cover also is pretty high. And so what this means is you've got almost 10% of the float is short. And at the rate that it trades, it would take almost 8 days to cover all those short positions. So you could have some people, if this thing continues to push up, some panic. Now that might already be happening because these numbers get updated the 15th of each month is how it's supposed to work, all these numbers, via the exchanges and the brokers, but they can drag their feet to not publish those numbers. And, there's all kinds of games that get played and whatnot. Not going to get into the nonsense of those things. And we already know that it's a rigged game. Just trying to find our way in it. So, yeah, Michael Anthony, it's a super, super bullish looking chart to me in the right sections. NVAX could have a return, we're saying. Can only have a return if my typing skills will work. NVAX, really, really bad. I think we're gonna have to stick a fork in me. I'm done. We could call it. You know how I feel about stocks in a downtrend, or most people know how I feel about stocks in a downtrend. However, for our strong stocks, at some point, downtrend ends and we reverse. So have we put in a base here, ready to move up off of that base? Quite possibly. Earnings were not a negative for it overall. We can see an earnings happened, a month ago, basically. And obviously we didn't hate earnings. And I'm using the royal we, of course. So very possible. I have no idea what they've got in the works for anything. I don't try not to get involved in that noise. And we'll note, you have this long range here. When it broke that range, just bleeding. But we've seen what the stock can obviously do, and always going to be a cause for medicine. And, new surgeries and new vaccines and new therapeutics and all those things like that. And NVAX, you know, they really did position themselves through the pandemic to be at the forefront of people talking about them. Now we'll see, you know, maybe they're a one-hit wonder for this pandemic. Who knows? But I wouldn't discount them, and I would certainly take note of this base that's now formed over the last month plus, and the fact that earnings, as far as technicians are concerned, were not hated. What else? What else? What else? Uh-oh, Houston. Do I even look? How mad am I going to be right now? Oh, God. That is so hard to look at. All because I didn't want to chase because of 5 cents right now. But, you know, 5 cents on a $4 stock can really make a difference in how I feel about my entry. You know, I'll be honest. I was playing it to try to get back up into, you know, this region here. I did not foresee it. You know, this was my kind of thought, somewhere in this region here. I never thought it would break $5. I never thought it would break $5, but that wasn't what I thought. You know, I thought I'd play off the, you know, this area of yesterday as a stop. And I thought I'd play it off of this area on the open of yesterday. So I thought I'd play this range essentially on that trade. Didn't get my fill. And hindsight trading says I'm a fool. That's all there is to it. But, you know, it happens. That's the way it goes. Win some, lose some, draw some. But again, you know, this thing was coming through this scanner here often early. We could see it had seven winners, and that was before I edited the scan. So it might have even had more winners throughout the day for all I know on what I've done now. Might have less for all I know. But it was there. No question. It was there through this move. It's been there through this move. I mean, it's got some serious volume coming into this thing now. I mean, that's pretty serious right there, coming into the close with 15 minutes to go. So we'll see. Again, you know, we've seen it make this big move up. We've seen it make this big move down. So that's why I don't like to chase stocks like this. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that. That's for sure. Yeah, but you know, Michael Anthony, you're looking for something completely different than I'm looking for. I'm looking to get in and out of this. I could be in it for 5 minutes. I could be in it for 35 minutes, but I'm not going to be in it for 3 days. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, not as it stands. So, you know, completely different viewpoints on what we're doing here. Probably most of the stocks I trade, I wouldn't, at least day trade. I wouldn't be looking to take any kind of long-term position in them. BTNR, that's another question. I should have had more conviction in this, but that is what it is. What a great chart here. Look at that bull flag. We usually measure targets, so you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing can do $18, $19 sometime next week. But we'll see, you know. Z market overall, you know, where's it going? Nobody knows, obviously. And again, dead cat bounces that happen there and there. Is this another dead cat bounce? Are we building? Are we going to come and test this level? I don't know. I just know that I don't want to be caught long on the wrong side of it. If we're building and we move up, I'll have plenty of time to try to ride a wave back up this way. If we are not building and we move down, you better believe that the guillotine will be coming and chopping people's heads off real fast. And that's what I don't want to be a part of. So, you know, I've had an okay first half of the year, essentially, and I don't want to ruin it by being a hero. Oh, is that Petrobras? You would have thought that this would look a lot better, I think, than it does. Actually, it doesn't look as bad. For some reason, I thought this chart didn't look good. Maybe I was looking at another chart before. Nice move out of there. Your cup and handle. Here's your cup. Here's your handle. And a great move out of that. Tested it. We'll see. Need to get to Brazil. I need to get myself to Brazil one of these days. You just, you know, you're working on a huge float, number one, and number two, you're working on a country that does have a lot of political instability. Speaking as someone who lived in South America for quite a while, you know, I'm familiar with that part of the world. Let's see here. Sorry, just helping a user having a little trouble getting logged in here. SPY continues to sell off here. Into the close, compare count windows. Interesting enough, you got new highs and new lows spiking on the smaller cap stocks, where it's really the new highs are falling and the new lows are spiking. So it's an interesting look right there. There we go. Sorry, I just want to resize my screen. Did I trade any today? I might have. I may be taking a small position of something home with me today. I always just kind of hesitate because I don't want people blindly following me. Yeah, it's a place to be, Michael Anthony. Oil and natural gas. But I mean, for full disclosure, I didn't make any other trades today. I missed my HUSA. I got very busy with stuff. I was We're reworking what's going on with the Zoom. Should have a link out for that again, so keep an eye on the education page. I should have something sometime through the weekend. I ran into trouble trying to put that link back in. Going to continue to try to push a little bit with that Zoom Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we'll see what happens. I was hoping to have it all resolved today, but just ran into trouble with the tech side of things here and getting that link set back up again. And like I said, when I missed that HUSA trade early this morning, kind of set a bad taste and tone in my mouth and brain. And I decided, you know what, I don't want to trade emotional, because I was maybe a little more angry than I should have been. I was angry at myself for being so picky on my share price by a couple of cents. Anywho, it is what it is. Feels such a strange week. Whenever we have these shortened weeks, too, things always feel a little strange to me. It gets me off balance a little bit, maybe. Sorry, crying in my soup with this here. XPRO. I feel like I've seen that recently coming through some. XPRO. Nope, I must have it confused with something else. That does not look like any kind of chart I would be having a lot of interest in. Yeah, nope, definitely not. And see right here what's going on right now. While I'm streaming to you folks, I don't know if everybody can tell, but the software is now struggling. TradeIdeas is now struggling with the streaming and Trader Workstation and a few other things open. And this is why I really wanted to wait till through the summer to get a new machine, but I think my hand has been forced. And essentially talked myself into it. Do I believe the SPY will reach 350? I mean, I have no idea. I wouldn't be shocked if it did. I talked about a couple of weeks ago. Look at a weekly chart here. You're going to hear more and more talk about pre-pandemic highs. I mean, here's pre-pandemic highs at 3. Let's drill down on this chart a little bit better. Wrong way, scroll. Pre-pandemic highs, 340-ish, give or take, 330, high 330s and change. I think we're well within. I think given, if you pay attention to real numbers and economics and inflation and all these things like that, and the fact that, you still have parts of the world that are not fully opened up and functioning correctly, and it's become a very intertwined global economy and all these things like that, I think there's plenty of narrative that could bring us right down to that level. But, any sane and rational person when it comes to economics would have never thought what happened out of COVID would have happened. I mean, it, defies economic logic, to be honest. And I get, what the Fed did and all these things like that. And I have a okay understanding, but I'm no expert on any of these things, but I have a general understanding that what happened and why it did. I just think that it will take a lot of fear to come back into the market again. We've made this nice bounce and we're holding back over 400 again. And so we know all the bad news right now. What more bad news could come that will take us down? That's the issue. So I'm not, if you put a gun to my head, TRD, I don't think we do 350 again. I don't think we see 350 unless some really bad news comes out, more than what we have. If inflation continues to ramp itself up, then maybe we'll see that. If they can't, and I say they, I mean, there's no they involved in this. I think people very misguided on what's going on with energy prices and things like that. There's no one person or one administration or one thing to blame. It's a royal they when I say this, but I think if they can't get energy prices down a little bit through the summer, then possibly, we might see another good move down in the SPY, but 350, it's a long ways away. We're talking down here right now. Do I think it's possible? Yes. Do I think it's likely? No. That's what I'll go with. CYH, that's interesting you mentioned that. I was coming through this Bollinger Band scan early this morning. Gave it right up. Ugly chart. I mean, downtrend. Nothing I like about that chart. I mean, I guess you put a gun to my head, I'd say, okay, well, sticking a stop at $5 and taking a position because it's just so beaten down so many weeks in a row that it has to have some kind of relief bounce, but nothing has to have a relief bounce. I mean, I've seen plenty of stocks that you would have thought had to have a relief bounce and were delisted, a few months later. So certainly is capable of having that happen. Let's switch back to a daily chart here. I mean, that is horrific looking as far as technicians concerned. Yeah. Don't buy frowny faces. Don't buy the angry frowny faces. And that's what I see here. Many are saying next quarter results are bad. Here's the thing, though, TRD. Remember, the stock market's forward-looking, right? We know, we hear that live in this world, we know earnings are going to be bad, all right? I would say a lot of that is already priced in. Take a look at, look what's gone on with Apple. I'd say that's, been priced in. I don't think we're going to see Apple doing this at all. I think we might see it kind of bleed this way for a while, for the next couple of quarters. I would say same thing with Microsoft. Take a look. Look at that. Almost, very similar stuff. I don't think we see this. I think we see more of this. And so I think, the market is these stocks more or less. And so if we look at, SPY chart, I think we see the same stuff here. I think we see a bleed this way. I don't think we see capitulation. I don't think you have all these people, until the VIX spikes over 44 or whatever number that they've got out there. And we see big capitulation and that big whatever. I don't think we're ever going to see it. I think because everybody's waiting for it and looking for it, or so many people are waiting and looking for it, I just don't think we ever see it. I think what we see is this demoralizing grinding. And I have said this since February, and I think I've been right, really. And that's not capitulation to me. I think that's a grind. I think this is grinding people into the dirt right here, grinding those dip buyers in the dirt. Every time the dip buyers come in, we sell off. The dip buyers came in and ground into the dirt. We sold off. The dip buyers come in, punch those dip buyers right again. Dip buyers came back in, gave them a little hope, grinding them into the dirt, because that isn't just straight down. There's a lot of up in there, if we drill down into this chart. And so there's never been that capitulation. There's never been that, oh my God, Chicken Little, the sky's falling. It's just, you know, we're grinding down for a week or so, and pop back up. Grind sideways, grind down. Grind sideways, grind down. Pop up, grind sideways, grind back down. And we just see it playing out over and over and over again. And I think the big moves to the downside are made, and I think we continue to see more grinding down that way. I just don't think we grind down to 350. The Wyckoff, gee, you're make me open my CMT book really quick, are you? Give me a second here. Wyckoff. What are we looking at for Wyckoff? I got the book right in front of me. Wyckoff was so long ago. And when you say Wyckoff, are you talking about like point and figure charts? Because Wyckoff was, you know, point and figure guy. Which I do happen to like point and figure charts, to be honest with you. Very elegant to me. Interesting. Janet Yellen gets her own section in this book. That's funny stuff. I mean, you also have Wyckoff with, you know, support and resistance, and you also have him Elliott Wave-esque. I think he was a big proponent of Elliott Wave as well. Well, that's interesting. Sorry, I have a position on something. Now it's closed. I just made a huge pop-up to an order that I had in there. Very interesting. Well then, was not expecting that. ATR, it takes, usually it's a 14 period, the ATR. And so it takes the open, the close, or the high or the low in a combination, and takes that average of it essentially. That's how ATR works. So it's taking the candles of that period. So whether, you know, if you're on a 5-minute chart, it's taking 14 5-minute candles. If you're on a daily chart, it's taking 14 daily candles essentially. That was Mr. Wilder. Interesting. They announced a 10-cent dividend. Very interesting. Like, took this, like that chart. I like this kind of go, pause that happened here. Came through a scan earlier. So, you had this go, pause, go. That's what I was looking at. So there's that second go. And we had kind of a pause here. And with the market looking as sloppy as it did, I decided to snag some. And, well, we'll see. It's also Luxembourg, which is overall had some great moves in that stock market in the past year or so. Alrighty. Yeah, that was the other thing that I was thinking too, is canned items are going to become more and more popular over the next couple of months. Generally speaking, I mean, I don't like stocks and downtrends, but I feel like that was overdone. And so like I said, I just grabbed a little bit here. I'm not hoping, but the plan is up here. I got my stop in place, and well, we'll see what happens. Just was not expecting it in a day. Very interesting. Yeah, that's exactly it. Should work even in a recession. I think when we get to that bridge to cross it, they're going to say, oh, well, there's a recession more in this sector, and then it moved to this one, and it was never all at one time, and a whole bunch of word salad as per usual with these people. Kind of is what it is. I wanted to look at sectors here. So interesting, this morning, the VXX was spiking. Gave it up throughout the day. We don't do technical analysis on the VIX. Please remember that. However, can't help but note it seems to be a wall through here on that. So we'll see what that means. Yeah. Oh, interesting. This ball jars? Must be, right? OI also, right? Yep, OI is another one for container manufacturing. Their glass, though. Heck of a move they've had recently. Oh yeah, sorry. The indexes here. So, well, you know, interesting stuff. Interesting. USO. I mean, you know, I don't think we got to make much of a comment on that. Type in a message to Andy and Michael. XLE, you know, again, energy, and energy. Sorry, just going through. You can see the shippers, they made that move. They don't look quite as strong, but again, they don't look as ugly as a lot of others. Utilities, they're hanging in there towards the top of things. I imagine the tan. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look. So interesting stuff. You know, we can start to glean from this perhaps an insight into the indexes themselves. There's our friend the IWM. Look at all these stocks, you know, and these indexes running into resistance above now, what had been support before. It's going to be a big deal. They can or can't push through them. Here we go again. You know, materials. That's a big deal right there. I guarantee I can start to throw some lines on some of these other charts, and they're going to matter. Just like that. That line mattered here, mattered through here, it mattered here, and it matters here again. Again, history doing some serious rhyming for us. Interesting. It was on the halftime. Yeah, I haven't watched those people in a long time. Long time since I watched The Judge and Reform Broker and all those TV personalities. So home builders, they look sicker than the rest of the market right there. XLP. Yeah, you know, again, just funny how this is going to work out here. Again, we can draw a line. Bang. I mean, you know, it happens also to be around $75 too, but gold is dead. I don't care what anybody says. The fact that gold couldn't hold gains off of all this crazy nonsense. I mean, and it's like I said to some other people today, I just don't get gold. I understand that it had all this value 2,000 years ago and define you're rich by gold and the gold standard and for, you know, currency and all those things like that. But, you know, I can't eat gold. I can't farm with it. It has no practical real world uses. Yes, it's a good conductor, but of energy, but it's also too soft to be a practical use conductor of energy. You know, I can make the same arguments with a dollar bill. You know, I can't eat a dollar bill. You know, I can't farm with the dollar bill or any other, you know what I mean? So it's like, what, you know, we're using dollars to buy things. Nobody's walking into a store and shaving off a few gold flakes to buy things. So I don't get it. And don't get me wrong. If I see, you know, gold mining stocks and stuff like that start to break out, you better believe I'll trade them. I just don't get it as an investment. Own gold and hedge your whatever gold. Oh, maybe those people are right. Maybe I'm missing something. And at once upon a time, they were certainly right. I don't think they've been right in the last 10 years, just from my perspective of things. Anyways, that's that. Skip around here a little bit. Look at some banks. Banks don't look great there. What do we look like over here? Still not so great looking. One more shot at the financial sector. You know, we could make this argument right here. I'll tell you this right now. That is certainly a bull flag right there. That is most certainly a bull flag right there. So we'll see. And if we measure targets, that's where the target takes us to on this bull flag. So that's how, you know, for anybody that's wants market technician 101 stuff, that's how you measure targets with a bull or a bear flag. Does it mean it's getting there? No, it doesn't mean it's going to do it. It means it's possible. I forget what the percentages are on these. You know, if you ever check out the pattern site, Whiskey, you know, he put all that stuff up there. Yeah, I know it has, you know, jewelry value, but, you know, I wouldn't buy jewelry for anybody ever. So they won't have me as a consumer. And if I'm not a consumer of something, I'm certainly never going to invest in it. I'll tell you that right now. REITs. No, that's exactly it. That's why I think that stuff is dead. It's not an inflation hedge anymore. The same thing with Bitcoin. How much do we hear? Bitcoin, just wait till the market crashes and inflation spikes and all these things. And Bitcoin couldn't be any more. Everything is correlated now. There's no separation of any of these things. You know, energy is separated because of what's going on, that the demand is far surpassing the supply. And so we see basic economics play out the same as it ever has. You know, you want to print a bunch of money and debase your currency, you're going to get massive inflation. Very simple economics. We're seeing it play out all over the entire world right now. All right. But that quote unquote inflation hedge of gold, well, where is it? You know, it doesn't exist anymore. And the same thing happened with Bitcoin. You know, we've heard all these things for years. And again, I'm not saying Bitcoin doesn't have a place. I'm not saying it's not a great trading vehicle. I'm not saying it's bad. All I'm saying is all these people were really wrong. That's all I'm saying. And I get it. You know, oh, well, Bitcoin, you know, it's at 30,000 or whatever it is now. And that's awesome. Can you go to your local mechanic and do anything with Bitcoin? Can you go to the supermarket? I know, and people will say, well, you know, this store, yes, 1 out of a billion stores, 5 out of a billion stores, 100 out of a billion stores. Talk to me when we get into double-digit percentage of stores on this planet that are taking Bitcoin. You know, then talk to me. And the last part about that I'd say is that, does anybody really think that there's any government on this planet that's just going to let a random digital currency that was created take over all the currencies of the world? I mean, come on. If anything, a government will take over Bitcoin and then make it their own, and that won't really be Bitcoin anymore. Again, we look at the SPY. Do we got a bull flag there, or is it a dead cat bounce? What is it, folks? Ask yourself that. I'm asking myself that. Bitcoin is backed by the faith of other people having faith in the other people of having faith of the other people. I don't know. But I mean, people talk about all this privacy and stuff. Well, you had those people, those 2 kids or whatever they are, they stole all that Bitcoin and then they got caught. So where's the privacy on that? I don't know. You know, I'm no Bitcoin expert. All I know is I was told that all these things about Bitcoin couldn't be tracked. And all of a sudden I hear all these things about Bitcoin being tracked. So again, that's not to say there isn't money to be made there. That's not to say it's not a great technology. That's not to say it's not going to lead to other amazing things. All I'm saying is it is not an inflation hedge. Another bull flag. You got to see on the retails. To me, that's still falling. I think that's a dead cat bounce on retail. I don't think retail gets any love through the summer, and people are buying just the necessary stuff. Here we are, you know, silver again. That looks like a bear flag to me. That looks like a bear flag in silver. Yeah, and Venezuela, and also who was it, Costa Rica or Honduras? Honduras, right? Honduras just got downgraded because their entire country got downgraded because of how much Bitcoin they put on their government balance sheet or whatever. Yeah, a pawn shop will buy your silver and gold, and then what? Someone else goes and buys it. You know what I mean? Again, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, to get really philosophical, everything is a Ponzi scheme. Everything is made up and everything is nonsense. It's all made up by people, all of it. But with that said, this FXI has got me looking. China's got me looking now. China has got me looking. Where's my KWeb? As much as I'll pick on anything, I'll give it love right back when it's time to give it love. Where's that KWeb? Let's take a look here. So anyways, you know, KWeb, this nice kind of rounded bottom happening here. Are we turning the corner? You know, I'm leaning that way. And look, back here, I'm pretty sure I was talking all kinds of smack about KWeb. And just that fast, I will change my mind. And if this falls, I'll change my mind again real fast. That is the beauty of what we do. It is really the beauty of what we do. Oh, yeah, Michael Anthony. Yeah, exactly. They ain't buying Bitcoin pawn shops. That's for sure as heck. Semiconductors. Let's round this out here. Semiconductors, not looking so great. But you know, again, we can make an argument. Can we make a bull flag argument? It can certainly be made. It can certainly be made. I still see that downtrend that's happening there, but you know, I lean neutral on it. Well, they get listed, TRD, they get listed on our exchanges, Chinese stocks. So, for example, what's KC? I think that's a Chinese stock, right? Yep. So, you know, it's listed on the NASDAQ, even though it's a Chinese stock, and that's going to be tied to the KWeb essentially. And if you look at a KWeb chart, this is going to be tied fairly close to it. But, you know, you want to try to find U.S. listed China stocks that you think have some value to them, you know, both maybe on a technical and fundamental basis. I do. I'm using the Royal U. I'm really speaking for myself. That's something that I am going to start to look at. And, you know, when the dust settles and, you separate the winners from the losers, or really more the survivors from the ones that, you know, passed on into the stock netherworld. Those are going to be the ones you're going to want to have a part of. That's for sure. And that's where we talk about, you know, the people that were, you know, that kept their heads about them, that had cash, you know, have experienced some of the more awful stuff again. As far as stock markets go, you know, those people that kept their heads about them when this happened here, those people that had cash, kept their heads about them, they're sitting real nice right now. I'll tell you that. You know, do all of them own everything that they bought back then? Who knows? My point being is that, you know, anybody that kept their head through this and got involved anywhere in this part of that rally, I mean, you know, they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And the same will go for anybody that has kept their heads about them in this. All right. At some point, this will not do this anymore. It will not go down anymore. And I don't just mean the K-Web in general. I mean stocks that are attached to this. China is not going anywhere. You know, they are here to stay. They are a player. They are a major player at the table. At some point, this goes that way. And the people that have been tracking it and that can recognize an early turn in that trend, whether it is bigger funds tied to China or individual stocks that are really beaten up, that come out as, you know, the phoenix rising out of the ashes, those people are going to be quite a set of, or they're going to have quite a set of great trades on their hands. And you're going to find, you know, probably find some people that go on to go down in trading lore after that, you know, essentially. So, all right, folks, that is going to wrap it up for me here for the week. I do appreciate everybody popping in. Making sure we got all this here. Yep. All right. Do appreciate everybody popping in, and, you know, get out. Like I always say, get out, take care of your head, journal, read, get some sun, get some fresh air, come back to the charts with a clear mind, unplug everything for a minute. Even if you get 2 days, 15 minutes on 2 days this weekend, all right, better than nothing. Absolutely better than nothing. You know, the clearer the mind we can keep, the better we can do for ourselves and our families and everybody else. So again, I really, really appreciate y'all being here. We will pick this back up Monday, and you know, wash, rinse, and repeat, folks. Wash, rinse, and repeat. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.